summarize the previous part. Marco executes a masterful strategy to defeat the Navy's strongest forces. Pretending to be restrained by sea stone handcuffs, Marco lures Tokacake into overconfidence. In reality, Whitebeard had arranged for Absalom, the transparent man, to stealthily free Marco using stolen keys. Marco takes advantage of Tokacake's moment of carelessness, striking with lightning speed and fatally piercing his heart. The plan, orchestrated by Whitebeard, demonstrates his foresight and Marco's respect for him. Tokacake's death shocks the Navy, especially Akainu, whose strategy is utterly overturned. Enigmo, realizing his role in enabling Marco's counterattack, panics and attacks. However, Marco decisively defeats him in a devastating display of power. The dramatic reversal leaves the Navy humiliated and the world astonished by Whitebeard's enduring influence and Marco's cunning, further solidifying their legacy in the ongoing conflict. Party Popper, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much, and I wish you all an enjoyable time listening to the story. Launched 2 secret moves, used all his strength to attack Marco twice. After it was successful, his mood relaxed. Gasping for breath, his whole body almost fell onto the deck of the ship. Exhausted and numb. Looking extremely easy to use 2 ultimate moves, the consumption of Marco himself is actually very exaggerated. Normally, when fighting, Marco would have to go all out. If he were to compete with a strong person of similar strength, he would have to do it for at least several days and nights before he would feel tired. But now, after only activating 2 ultimate moves, Marco almost wanted to fall down on the deck of the ship exhaustedly. The Zoan type of magical beast, the immortal bird, is indeed very powerful. Not only is it immortal, it also has the ability to instantly kill an enemy. The prerequisite is to use the blue flame to burn the enemy's internal organs. Any internal organs under Marco's blue flame will completely lose vitality. It seems that the great General Tokacake's strength died by this kind of method. As for Lieutenant General Enigmo, his strength was even more suppressed by Marco, so Marco used his lightning-fast methods to directly defeat him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heavy breathing. Marco's face was also full of excitement. I can see Dad right away. The strong and stubborn Tokacake, heart-pierced, completely dead. The master of stealthy ambush Lieutenant General Enigmo, but was foiled by Marco's desperate attempt. The body exploded and died. No bones left. Blood filled the sky. Flesh and blood splattered in the air. This passionate scene caused the pirates who had originally stopped attacking to cheer loudly. Their blood was ignited, and they began to crazily attack the Marines. Full of enthusiasm. Kill towards the warship. Captain Marco is the strongest champion. The Whitebeard pirates will never perish. Follow Father Whitebeard and return as king. Rule the world. Let us put our lives behind us, burn our blood, and fight as Whitebeard's father. It's Whitebeard's father who fights. It's Whitebeard's father who fights. Shout, kill, to the heavens. The entire sea surface was engulfed in a wild and endless battle storm. The pirates' morale was high, their blood was boiling, they risked their lives. And did not refuse. Thus, in a short period of time, the Navy directly lost 2 supernatural officers. This change shook the whole world. Originally, the Navy had completed the reversal and successfully gained the upper hand. As a result, the next moment, Marco reversed the situation and the Navy was in danger again. Whitebeard pirates, occupying absolute superiority. At this moment, the whole world is boiling everywhere. But in contrast, the Marine Corps' Akainu. His entire body was as violent as a thunderbolt, his eyes and teeth bared in anger. Face. Simply naked face. What did they say the Whitebeard pirates were finished? What did they say Whitebeard wanted to destroy? What was the result? The Whitebeard pirates' pirate group each received encouragement. Their morale soared, their fighting spirit resounded. Trying their best to kill the enemy. But looking back at the Navy, after the 2 strongest lieutenant generals died in battle, the remaining lieutenant generals were not even worth looking at. Their spirits suddenly wilted. This not only slapped him in the face, it also caused Akainu to suffer heavy losses. This one-time expeditionary Marine group. The fleet enlisted warships to the Marines were all personally selected by Akainu. Akainu was so angry that he couldn't breathe. His whole body almost jumped up. Damn Whitebeard. Show me another trick. Hateful. In the distant holy land of Mariewa, The 5 elders were also frowning at this moment. They also did not think that a situation that had to be killed would eventually be resolved by the Whitebeard pirates. Great reversal. Very unimaginable. A 5 elders star said the 4 words unimaginable, enough to prove that his inner heart was shaken and shocked. Think of a way to completely eradicate this, Whitebeard. It's going to cause a lot of trouble. Fresh flower bridge. This failed again. From my perspective, even if Sakazuki were to compete with Whitebeard, he wouldn't necessarily be able to win. Then let's rely on this, the 5 of us, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The 5 elders were all shocked by the fierce earthquake. Although they were indignant in their hearts, this world-shaking battle to kill Whitebeard had lost countless forces, and in the end, it was all gone with the flow. However, Ngulao Tin was after all an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years, and could see that this time had not completely failed, and he had already begun planning the next plan. Dark clouds filled the sky, lightning danced, and thunder boomed continuously. Gran Tesoro was all around the sea, and the world-shaking battle had entered its fiercest stage. The smoke of war flies everywhere. Fierce artillery fire, continuously pouring down on enemy ships. Each and every warship on board erupted into unparalleled, fierce battles. Blood was flying everywhere. Sacrifice, death, is just a pronoun of cruel war. Each member of the Whitebeard pirates under the pirate flag, their faces stained with the blood of their enemies. Their spirit resounding as they fought desperately. At the same time, the battle on the sea surface did not affect Gran Tesoro Island. The battle on the island did not stop from beginning to end. Boom! Fujitora was slashed into the ground by Whitebeard, and once again crawled out. As expected of the Marine Corps general, his strength is overwhelming. And his energy is even more formidable. Poof! Just as Fujitora crawled out, Whitebeard's sword, swirling with jet-black abyss hockey, descended from the sky and slashed down. Cut Fujitora's whole body open. Boom, boom, boom. With this Whitebeard slash, the entire Gran Tesoro Island trembled, and an extremely terrifying crack appeared on the ground, bottomless. Noisy. Fujitora's body fell into a bottomless crack inside, following Whitebeard's killing of Fujitora. This seemingly apocalyptic world-shattering war has officially entered its final stage. Dark thunder clouds, thunder sounds, heavy explosions. Terrifying images of battle below the celestial phenomenon, terrifying even overshadowing the celestial phenomenon. The ground and the sea, like the end of the world, on the sea corpses floating. On the island fresh blood flows with the oars. The cry of "kill" shook the heavens, the passionate and crazy shouts and miserable screams echoed across the ocean. The warship was destroyed. The remains were not intact. This heart-shaking and world-shaking battle, which caused the whole world to stir several times, went through many changes and entered its true finale. Zephyr versus Mamamoru. Mamamoru was completely blown away by Zephyr, and it's over. Pacifista in the middle of the battle, even more destroyed, who knows how many layers of the earth. On the ground above, left behind who knows how many cracks, terrifying laser weapons appeared exquisitely. In Ein under the command. The world government under the Pacifista flag is destroyed more and more. Neo Marines, real or fake Pacifista, get the victory. Akiji versus Golden Lion Shiki. Also use the wild Golden Lion Shiki to slash Akiji away. Blood flew into the sky. Akiji failed. It's over. Damn it, Teach. Why isn't it here yet? With blood flying out together. Akiji was filled with indignation. This time he stood up to deal with Whitebeard. Because of an agreement with Teach. But now looking at it, Akiji seems to have been tricked by Teach. Hawkeye and Bartholomew. Kuma in the midst of fierce battle, still continuing. Bartholomew. Kuma shows a strength that goes beyond appearances. Laser weapons after opening are even more unscrupulous and equally powerful. But the eagle eye at the violent departure later also showed unparalleled strength, far surpassing the public's perception of these two people's strength. Bartholomew. Kuma and Hawkeye's true strength was displayed for the first time. That kind of destructive power completely surpassed everyone's perception of the Royal Seven Warlords of the Sea. Suffocating celestial phenomenon below, the terrifying battle is about to fall. Whitebeard suddenly swung his saber, a streak of fire streaked across the sky, destroying the dark horizon, illuminating the world. Whitebeard loudly shouted, "Whitebeard pirates! All personnel assemble! Buzz, buzz, buzz!" As Whitebeard let out a loud roar, the entire island erupted with a series of vibrating sound waves. Whitebeard's voice echoed throughout the entire sea, continuously echoing in the rolling sky. A heart-wrenching scream made everyone's spirit suddenly tremble. First squad, Marco. Return. After resting, Marco, one man and one horse, first flew up high. The blue flame wings suddenly shook, entering the warship, drawing a blue afterimage, flying at high speed. With a whoosh, Marco landed on the island, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "Father." Three squads, George. Return. With just one arm. George freely and majestically sent flying a Navy headquarters Lieutenant Admiral, shouting towards Whitebeard. George at the Lieutenant General Summit battle competed with Akiji. Unfortunately lost an arm. The strong man George was full of indifference, even an arm could not affect his spirit. 5 squads, Vista. Return. Joaquim Vista held the twin swords in his hands, suddenly waved. Suddenly, the slashes were like wild snakes dancing, like a storm, sent him to the naval ship's gate. All of them were cut away. Each squad leader, shout loudly in unison. Whitebeard Pirates. Return. From then on, the Whitebeard Pirates. Resurrected. The saber suddenly pointed towards the horizon. Whitebeard let out a loud scream. Stab. Lightning flowers break through the dark thunder clouds. The sky and earth suddenly began to tremble. The horizon seemed to crack open. Thunderclouds rolled back and forth, thunder rumbled and exploded continuously. From then on, the 503 dead pirates were clearly resurrected. Amidst the rolling thunderclouds, Whitebeard's haughty voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone, follow me and sweep the battlefield. Whitebeard swung his saber. The fierce flames burned and slashed out in an instant. In just a flash the gale howled. The fierce flames burned together with the gale, using the autumn wind to sweep away all the yellow leaves. Bringing each and every marine soldier, slashed and flew away, burning. Follow Whitebeard, father. I will give my life to you, father. It's the father who fights. Kill, kill, kill. The fighting spirit of all the Whitebeard pirates suddenly rose. Shout, kill, to the heavens. Open the final dramatic counterattack. The Whitebeard pirates almost used a sweeping stance. Sweeping open this apocalyptic battlefield, all the marines on the warship were simultaneously swept to death. Whitebeard pirates. Resurrection. This battle, complete victory. The whole world is boiling. The Whitebeard pirates' resurrection. On the holy land of Mariewa, in the expensive palace, the 5 elders sat on their high chairs, among them. The 5 elders holding the first great demon spoke with an unpleasant mood. No need to be angry, continue to let people go to target Edward. Newgate go, let Sakazuki go himself. In addition, the Navy headquarters admiral has a vacancy, can recruit people again. Do you have any good candidate recommendations? How is Momosaji? Want to come back or not, then mobilize. This battle will surely cost thousands of marines. Fujitora's sacrifice did not cause any emotional ripples for the 5 elders. It seemed that in their eyes, sacrificing a member of the general's headquarters did not involve any pain. They just needed to recruit another person. Even the sacrifices of thousands of marines were coldly said by the 5 elders as surely dead. This is the cruel and merciless reality. If Fujitora knew the outcome, would he still choose to uphold his righteousness, oppose Whitebeard, and finally die? Same as the Holy Land of Mariewa, that building called the Holy Land Forbidden Laboratory, some room inside. Vegapunk was shocked, but what shocked him was not the resurrection of the Whitebeard pirates, but Whitebeard's control over the blade. The blade's flames and elements changed drastically. And his hockey armament swirled. The transformation between these two forms was so natural. Whitebeard's sword, along with the burning fruit, are like a match made in heaven. Resurrection from the dead. If I can get Whitebeard's help, maybe I can truly fulfill that great dream of my heart. New world, new Navy headquarters. Boom. A black face Akainu. A slap of anger broke a desk. Damn Whitebeard. This old man lost so many troops at once. Akainu was very angry. Angry to the point of being like a mad lion. He really wanted to find Whitebeard and fight with Whitebeard. Compared to the cold and heartless Gorosei, the Star Akainu is full of resentment. Navy, warships, firepower, along with several lieutenant generals, all sacrificed like this. Truly infuriating. The more Akainu thought about it, the angrier he got. From beginning to end, he had seriously combed through this large-scale military operation that he called historic and discovered, even more angry. This once large-scale military operation. Where's the first without people and then without people, the world's unprecedented great campaign? Where can it be recorded in the Navy military teaching materials? Not to mention creating historical records, re-entering the naval history books. This one time. It must be an insult to the Navy, consuming countless financial, material, and human resources. The result became Whitebeard's wedding dress. The Whitebeard pirates relied on the power to revive. Akainu felt his face turn red, with waves of burning pain and suffering. In this battle, Whitebeard showed Akainu's terrifying power, reversing things time and time again, creating miracles time and time again. Idiot. A bunch of trash. Akainu stood up and paced back and forth. Do I need to go myself to deal with Whitebeard? The 3 generals plus this old man. The 4 of you can definitely kill Whitebeard. It's just New World. One on the island. Red-haired Shanks and his crew were leisurely drinking beer. Whitebeard pirates. Resurrection. Fatty tore a bite of the roasted leg, mumbling. Next. I'm afraid there will be even more intense, even more dangerous battles erupting. Ben Beckman said in surprise after Whitebeard was reborn, he created many miracles. Shocking people's hearts enough to make people numb. Bruce. Red hair phone rang again. He answered. The other end transmitted Eagle Eye's slow, not fast voice. Your so-called help. I have completely, according to what you said, completed. It turns out that the reason why the Whitebeard Eagle chose to stand on his side in the end was because of red-haired Shanks. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. Red-haired Shanks grinned happily. No one knew what this Yonko really had in mind, being able to take on the role of ruler of the New World Yonko. What kind of foolish and kind person was he? God knows what Shanks meant. The thoughts of the 4 emperors are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. New World has inserted into the Blackbeard Pirates flag. Yes, Lee good. Cake Island. Teach. Didn't you tell Akiji that you wanted to participate in the Whitebeard extermination operation this time? Doka Q limply rode a sick old donkey, softly kicking and talking. Blackbeard laughed. Akiji, that idiot. We might all be injured. How can we really go against Whitebeard? Van Augur frowned. The Whitebeard pirates. Resurrection. For us, this might not be good news. Lafitte held up the umbrella and gun in his hand. Whitebeard pirates. Sooner or later we will have a life and death battle. Captain, shouldn't you get better? If it weren't for the fact that we were all injured. This world's #1 swordsmanship convention is definitely a heaven-sent opportunity to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. If we appear in the Navy fleet later, then we will appear again. It will really be able to give the Whitebeard pirates a huge surprise. Must tell the whole world a great surprise. In front of the whole world. Exterminate all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. What a pity, Shilyu. We lost a super comrade. The Blackbeard pirates were all worried about Shilyu being killed by Whitebeard. But they were also not like Shilyu, who was ruthlessly 973, killing and training that came from a body that was not afraid of pain. In a battle with the Charlotte family, the only one who was not seriously injured was Shilyu. They can't bear the pain. Naturally, there is no way to go to war. Waiters, get ready to run away. Blackbeard Teach suddenly opened his mouth, that toothless laugh, ha ha ha, as if he was joking. This Whitebeard is even more brutal and domineering than Whitebeard's father. The waiters. Prepare to run away. Captain, you're not joking, are you? We worked so hard to capture Cake Island, and you want to start running away. That's right. Captain, why don't we make a bet? I don't believe that Whitebeard would dare to attack us now. Towards the crew's suggestion, Blackbeard Teach laughed to himself. The scum on his face also did not know how long it had been since he shouted, a piece of black. You guys can 1,000 times not use the same eyes, treat the same person of different eras. People will change. But 1,000 times not should look down on Whitebeard. In Blackbeard's eyes, without Whitebeard guarding the Whitebeard pirates. It can't be called the Whitebeard pirates at all, it's just a split, but once Whitebeard guards, that event will have an undeniable supernatural power. Everyone was a little surprised. They were a little unclear about what Captain Blackbeard meant by his words. People will eventually change. Is it just Whitebeard becoming more brutal, violent, and domineering? Listen to the captain's orders. All right, Whitebeard. Let's not start a war with him for now. Want to start running away again? What an interesting maritime life. I think many years from now, I will definitely miss these days. In the Whitebeard pirates, the shinobi let Blackbeard hide for 20 years. Now that he has clearly ascended to the top of the Four Emperors' throne, he still chooses to continue to be humble and patient. What a terrifying character. Like a wolf king at any time. Can maintain calmness and reason, can hide and endure, can also seek for opportunities in danger. Always the same, insidious and rational. Blackbeard was a crazy schemer. Also a complete gambler. The timing is right. Thunder strikes, a sure win bet with the Wolf King. New World. A kind of huge island on. This is an extremely strange island. The entire land is flat. Everywhere there are places of D, each deep groove with an unrecognizable bottom, one after another rampaging. Along the abandoned road, one could see a building with broken structures and overgrown trees in a messy mess. The slanting sunlight of the evening fell on the ruins of the town and the grass, giving people a feeling of desolation and helplessness. It can be seen that this town, in who knows how many years ago, experienced a war like a catastrophe, destroying the town, turning it into the deserted ruins it is today. It was in the middle of this desolate island that a mighty, powerful, and lifeless giant tree stood proudly, towering over the island. This is a huge tree that is as big as a small island. It towers high in the clouds, and its peak is unrecognizable. Its branches and leaves are lush. Each leaf is the same size as a house. Each dry branch is like a long, wide road. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, in the middle of the sea, not far from the island, several huge pirate ships appeared, riding the wind and waves, heading towards the island. Captain, I found a giant tree that covers the sky ahead. On the pirate ship, a giant mountain pig about 6 meters in size, as huge as a monster of the prehistoric times, respectfully and loudly reported to the pirate captain sitting on the ship. This is a real Zoan-type devil ability user. The 2 teeth emitted terrifying aura, their sharp fangs stained with who knows how much blood, piercing through who knows how many lives. Perhaps such a ferocious and violent mountain boar, at this moment, is extremely respectful in its attitude. Because in front of him was his Captain 5.4. Beast Pirates, Beast King, the strongest creature in the sea and land, Beast Kadu. Hiccup. Kadu's mouth belched. A strong air current suddenly rushed out. In a moment a hurricane arose, causing the things on the deck to creak loudly. Like a god and demon body, Kadu lowered his head to look at the mountain boar, his eyes like bronze bells, the giant tree that pierces the sky. How big is it? The mountain boar respectfully said. High in the clouds above the huge wooden spire, there is a large town. In the world's rumors, the biggest, strongest, most precious tree. Protect the receiver. Adam. Protect Adam? Kadu, that god-demon-like figure, suddenly certain, bronze bell-like eyes captured with a terrifying light, didn't think originally wanted to go find Whitebeard, but accidentally encountered a treasure tree Adam. Known as the world's most expensive tree, the Adam tree is completely worthy. Just like any precious treasure. Any pirate who sees it will remember to claim it as their own. Even Kadu would not be tempted. The Beast's pirates themselves wanted to take advantage of the moment when the world's #1 swordsmanship convention ended to besiege the Whitebeard pirates, complete a shocking massacre, and kill Whitebeard and the entire Whitebeard pirates. As a result, on the way to the ship, they encountered a terrifying storm, and then, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kadu, and the Beast Pirates, collectively became obsessed with the goods. One cannot help but sigh. The New World's weather is unpredictable, the winds and waves are huge, and can capsize any pirate ship at any time. That year, when Golden Lion Shiki fought Roger, it was also like that. You guys, go cut down the treasure tree Adam. Kadu issued a ruthless order. Raised his head, looked towards the island right before his eyes. Sure enough, in the center of the island, a towering tree in the clouds, like a jadeite tree with abundant vitality, vigorously growing there. It is a very precious treasure Adam. The town on the tree, all destroyed, no one left alive. Kadu's voice was heard, the air buzzed, deafening. A group of beast pirates were extremely excited. All of them were extremely ferocious beasts, revealing their cannibalistic fangs. All of those ferocious and violent beasts All of them were Zoan-type demonic fruit ability users. Boom, boom, boom. The beast pirates stormed the island. Very quickly, the cries shook the heavens and earth. The 100 Beasts pirates logged into the Atom Tree, regardless of gender, age, or even the younger was beaten to death. The town's warriors were elated in their resistance. How could it be that the 100 Beasts pirates were their opponents? The 100 Beasts pirates laughed cruelly and without any restraint. They proceeded to exterminate those weak-willed ordinary people. Each of their sinister fangs ruthlessly pierced through every man, woman, old or young. Corpses fell from the giant tree, and blood poured down like rain. Red dyed Atom Tree, along the tree trunk, growing up and flowing down. The whole tree was stained with blood. The pirate world has several unimaginably huge trees. Has the world's most scholars and the world's most extensive library, the Tree of Omniscience. At Akainu's extraordinary summons, it placed itself in a sea of fire. Skypea giant vines, supporting Enel's temple mysterious plants. The world's largest mangrove, Alcea mangrove, the roots of which form the Sabaeity archipelago. The Four Emperors ant is involved in the giant tribe's life on the skyscraper. Together with, known as the world's most suitable boat building, creating a boat can withstand any storm. Pressure to protect Atom. This extremely valuable Renju treasure tree Atom was taken by the 100 Beasts pirates as their own. The Atom Tree in the town was completely massacred. The corpses of the treasure tree Atom were piled up like mountains, and fresh blood soaked the mud on the ground. The Atom Tree trunk and the mud on the ground were all dyed red. Dire. Cold. By chance. Kill. With blood. This is the Beast Pirates. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention opens again, a world-shaking battle. In the turmoil of the world, the world government and navy headquarters were completely defeated and ended. This battle left millions of corpses exposed. Blood flowed like a river, shocking the world. Taking the Whitebeard pirates back with great force, especially the ending. This battle terrified the whole world. In this battle, the world government and navy headquarters suffered heavy losses. This battle, the participating personnel, are all famous people in the New World. Bartholomew, Kuma, Fujitora, Guild Tizaro, Akiji, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Golden Lion, Virgo, Sabo, Daz, Bones, Trafalgar, Law, Ice Witch, Absalom, Burndy World, Ein, Zephyr, Tokacake, Enigmo, Marco, Diamond George waiting for Whitebeard to take over as captain. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates returned with a powerful force, with a sweeping stance, instantly destroying the Navy headquarters' elite fleet. Death people, more and more to make people scalp numb. Extremely shocking to the entire world of pirates and marines, Whitebeard's terrifying strength, along with that one sword that pierced through everything, beheaded the general. The overbearing blade of the 8 desolations. Logia system burning fruit ability. Blade style. But while everyone was unaware of the situation, Whitebeard also obtained an unprecedented amount of emotional value. This battle threw away the emotional value used to heal the injury, as well as the peak strength used to restore the physical body. The remaining emotional value was close to 1 million. Seeing Whitebeard's father afterwards, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew, everyone was also excited because of that. Especially the team leader, each one was moved to tears. One cry of fight as Whitebeard's father, burning with passion, risking one's life without hesitation, was enough to show the utmost respect they had for Whitebeard. The battle was completely over, and the Whitebeard pirates, under Whitebeard's leadership, temporarily left the destroyed Gran Tesoro Island that almost sank. Whitebeard captured a large warship and used it as a temporary boat. For 10 that night was a wild party. The Whitebeard pirates returned in full force. Although the Whitebeard pirates were not as strong as they were a year ago, Whitebeard's own strength was as powerful as a god or a demon. With his own strength, he commanded the Whitebeard pirates and once again became the 4 emperors of the New World, the most famous and strongest pirate crew. The party passed. Whitebeard's crowd dispersed. Alone in the cabin, he called out to the system, I now have nearly 1 million sentiment values. Is it possible to once again strengthen my strength and body? Currently, Whitebeard has restored his peak strength, body, and health when he was young. Just relying on his physical body, he is not the strongest existence. Why could Whitebeard easily forgive his own physical body and submit to Kadu below? the title of strongest creature in the sea and land. Whitebeard will sooner or later personally take it off Kadu's head. Either strengthen others, or become the strongest existence. This is Whitebeard's belief. The system temperature and voice rang out. Of course it can continue to strengthen. The host has 95,000 sentiment values in front of him. It can make the host's body strengthen to god-demon body. It is under the rules of this world, the physical body within the body, the strongest existence. 95,000 sentiment values can elevate the body to a god-demon body, this world's strongest physical body. Whitebeard secretly nodded. The emotional cost was indeed a bit much. But according to Whitebeard, it was still very much worth it. Mood values can continue to be obtained, and after the Whitebeard pirates gather, obtaining mood values becomes even easier. This is also why Whitebeard wanted to gather the Whitebeard pirates, an important purpose. One person doing it alone can never compare to bringing a group of powerful sons together. System. Give me a divine demon body _go. All right. Host, about to consume 95,000 sentiment values. To increase the host's healthy physical body, only in a healthy state can the divine demon body be increased. Start to increase. As the system sound rang out, Whitebeard suddenly felt a painful sensation like a trillion ants were biting him in his body. This feeling is like every cell in the body has an ant biting at it. In this kind of tearing process, can clearly feel every single cell is becoming stronger. Host, please be patient, it will be painful. The system warmly reminded. Whitebeard laughed. What is this pain? From rebirth until now, having gone through all the big and small battles, which one wasn't blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Compared to the pain of fighting and killing enemies, this level of pain is truly not worth mentioning. Host is truly a man of steel and blood. The system couldn't help but praise. The pain will increase next. Be patient. Boom. Whitebeard's body suddenly had an extremely intense force overflowing. As the heavy sound rang out, Whitebeard's body suddenly rose up, like a big drum. Even within his body one could faintly hear the sound of thunder rumbling. It seems that at this moment, Whitebeard's body has a strong and surging river flowing. That is the sound of blood flowing through the veins. Dong dong dong. Gradually, each violent thunderclap sounded, louder and more fierce. Dong dong dong. Like a heavy drum beat. If the sky is not late, thunder explodes, deafening. Dong dong dong. Even the deck of this extremely large warship was shaken by this intense shaking sound. And the items on the deck were shaken and shaken. Even this giant warship was stirred up by huge waves all around. What happened? Marco rushed out first, feeling the shock of this giant warship. What's going on? What the hell is that sound? Like a big drum. Diamond George also came across, opened his mouth with admiration and said, Big drum sound? No. It feels like thunder is exploding in my ears. Burndy World also came, incomparably shocked. Shiki the Golden Lion stepped on the two famous swords Kagurashi and Aotu. Walking over, his eyes were even more surprised and unbelievable than Marco and the others. This is not the sound of a big drum. Nor is it the sound of thunder. But the sound of a heartbeat. Marco, Diamond George, and the others all shook. Heart-beating sound? Burndy World's face was filled with unconsciousness. Don't joke. Golden Lion. You and I are both existences that roamed this great ocean for 2 eras. When have we ever heard of such an intense heartbeat sound? Zephyr came out like that. He came from another Enyo warship. Took the Burndy World and said in disbelief, the sound of my heart pounding. I feel like the ground is shaking. This is the earthquake before the great earth vein fluctuations. Burndy World looked at Zephyr and asked, Zephyr, how did you get here? Zephyr Chantan said, my intelligence agent has obtained a very important piece of information. And must tell Edward Newgate. Marco nodded. Father is resting in the cabin. Dong dong dong. Fresh flower bridge. At this moment, the sound of the shock became more intense. Several people clearly could see the deck below shaking violently. The ship's hull was stirred up by increasingly larger waves. What is that sound? Let's go into the cabin and investigate and we'll know. Kim Soo too pointed towards the extremely large cabin where Whitebeard was. In fact, the Golden Lion Shiki couldn't believe that this was the sound of a heartbeat, but his intuition told him that this possibility was real. The sound is coming from the father's room. Come in and take a look. The few people hurriedly agreed with what Golden Lion Shiki said, and were preparing to enter the cabin. But at this moment, boom, 10,000 miles away. Suddenly a thunderclap fell from the sky, striking straight down on the huge warship opposite Whitebeard's cabin. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning struck afterwards. The ship's cabin was completely destroyed. In a moment wood chips flew everywhere. Dust rose in all directions, covering the huge warship in dust. Extremely dazzling white light appeared from the falling thunder, causing everyone to quickly close their eyes, not daring to look. What situation? The Whitebeard Pirates members were all shocked, especially Marco and the others. Seeing the lightning strike down from their sides, they were shaking violently. Are you okay, Dad? Several people could not help but worry. How could I have such a thing? Whitebeard's soul-filled voice resounded, like a bell ringing in everyone's ears. I am. Whitebeard. The dust clears. Everyone saw Whitebeard's appearance and trembled at the same time. Each one revealed an unbelievable look. The white moon-shaped beard is still majestic with hockey. The body is like a giant and muscular. Appearance did not have much change. However, on the body muscles, there were as if azure dragons were lingering on it, following Whitebeard's every breath. The azure dragon was like a living thing struggling. Just looking at such a body, already felt the heart tremble. The aura that Whitebeard exuded from his body was terrifying and eternal, causing everyone present to tremble. Even people feel that even if it is an emperor above 10,000 people, under Whitebeard's ancient aura, he would still tremble. Father, your body. Marco was stunned. He looked at Whitebeard's body that was emitting a divine 873 demonic aura. His heart was in turmoil with fear. He followed Whitebeard for more than 20 years and was most familiar with Whitebeard. It's just before his eyes, whether it's father's body or his aura. It's far stronger than Marco's understanding of his father. Even a powerful character like Marco, in front of Whitebeard, vaguely had a feeling of being oppressed to the point of having to breathe tightly. Zhongjin felt like he was being oppressed. This couldn't help but terrify Marco. Golden Lion Shiki's heart was similarly shaken by a fierce earthquake. When he was young, he had fought with Whitebeard countless times. In Golden Lion Shiki's eyes, even Whitebeard at his peak was not as powerful and domineering as he was before. Kim Suzy was stunned and said, Whitebeard, your overlord's haki hasn't increased to its limit yet? Being able to make the legendary pirate Golden Lion appear in such a stunned state of mind is enough to prove how exaggerated the Golden Lion Shiki's inner turmoil is. Whitebeard heard what Golden Lion said. His eyes lit up at this moment. He really didn't consider the increase of Overlord's haki before. He casually explained, my body underwent the lightning tribulation strengthening. Just now you all saw that lightning. Whitebeard, this is not explained is also good. An explanation, on the contrary, makes a group of people become excited. Zephyr was extremely surprised. Thunder tribulation. Being struck by lightning. Then strengthening the body. To this extent. Zephyr was stunned, completely dumbfounded. He had lived for more than 70 years, roamed this land for more than 50 years, never heard of. Lightning can strengthen the physical body. Only heard of strong people being struck to death by lightning. Whitebeard replied casually, that's right. Numb. At this moment, hearing these dialogues, the Whitebeard pirates all sucked in a breath of cold air. A pirate with a face full of admiration shouted, Father, I also have to become strong. I also want to be struck by lightning. Following a group of people shouting, Father, we all want to become strong. We all want to seek lightning. Whitebeard looked at the group of pirates who were thunderously shouting and being struck by lightning, and his head was suddenly filled with black lines. Mother, don't call me Dad. I can't throw that person. Father, if I get struck by lightning, will I be able to become stronger? The honest and reasonable George looked at Whitebeard with anticipation and asked very sincerely. Whitebeard's face was full of shame. If this matter of being struck by lightning is spread, do not spread it. If it is spread that I am the mighty Whitebeard pirates with the mighty haki, I am afraid I will become a laughingstock to the whole world. Only those who are reborn can pass the lightning tribulation. If you want to be struck by lightning, you must first die. If you have the chance to do something heavy, you can pass the lightning tribulation and become stronger. Whitebeard casually made up an excuse to fool everyone and change the subject. I just want to test my overlord's haki. You guys should prepare. The achievement of the divine demon body, the kingly aura born from anger, clearly became countless times stronger. The overlord's haki must have also received an increase. Just don't know how much it increased. Father, just release your hockey with all your might. A group of people heard what Whitebeard said, and all wanted to try it. Wanted to experience Whitebeard's overlord hockey. Okay. Whitebeard nodded. Get ready. Boom. As Whitebeard released his overlord hockey, the sky and earth suddenly darkened. With Whitebeard as the center, purple vortexes appeared in the air. Once these purple vortexes appeared, the air was distorted. Near Whitebeard, Shiki, Burndy World, Zephyr, and the others. In an instant, each of their eyes widened, pupils dilated, and expressions of disbelief and horror appeared on their faces. Even cold sweat started to roll down his forehead. Squeak, squeak. This huge warship was able to withstand intense artillery fire without destroying its deck, but suddenly, it split open and cracks appeared on the deck. Dong dong dong. In the distance, the Whitebeard pirates group of pirates fell onto the deck of the ship. In the end, even the Golden Lion Shiki, Burndy World, and the others could not withstand such a powerful overlord's hockey. And they all knelt down and collapsed on the deck. Boom. Whitebeard saw the situation before his eyes, quickly activated his 0.4 Conqueror's hockey, in just a flash, like a whale sucking water. His Conqueror's hockey spread out. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Golden Lion Shiki and the others were all gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down their cheeks. Even they are afraid now. Just now endured Whitebeard's abyss-like powerful overlord hockey, giving them a kind of supreme illusion of gods and demons, with millions of corpses lying under their feet. And blood flowing like a river. It seems that Whitebeard is a terrifying invincible god and demon. What kind of emperor can only kneel at his feet? Warm sunlight shines down. Before and after met lightning and Whitebeard hockey overlord explosion huge warship climbing. Golden Lion Shiki, Burndy World, Zephyr, and a bunch of legendary people from the past era. Everyone inside were violently shocked. Looking at the giant warship in front of them being destroyed by Whitebeard's overlord hockey, a group of people were shocked and their mouths were wide open. Overlord hockey is strong to a certain extent, can create a destructive force similar to reality attack, but can make a sturdy warship that can withstand fierce cannonball attack. Destroy the city in front of us, this is really, never heard of it all. Cannot be scared? Everyone is thinking in their hearts, is Whitebeard's hockey the strongest hockey in the world? How does it compare to Red Hair Shanks's hockey? Not only the Overlord's hockey, but also Whitebeard's divine demon body. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but think. Whitebeard's physical body, compared to the 173 beast Kadu, which one is stronger? With just his swordsmanship. Whitebeard has set his sights on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. The tyrannical one-blade style. One slash, blood flew into the sky, enemy heads fell to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but think, right now Whitebeard, regardless of whether it's the Overlord's hockey or physical strength, is afraid he can also covet the throne of the world's #1. Everyone can't help but look forward to the Whitebeard and Red Hair hockey Overlord competition. Looking forward to Whitebeard and Kadu's physical strength competition. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. I looked at the destroyed giant warship with a face full of pity. Unfortunately, this warship was destroyed. We're going to rob the Navy anyway. No need to show any mercy. Shiki the Golden Lion had no problem with that. Marco continued, maybe, this warship might be our best ship. The rest of the pirate ships. I'm afraid Father will hate them. After the Whitebeard pirates won the war, they obtained a large amount of Golden City treasures. Their wealth even surpassed the original Whitebeard, unfortunately. They did not have time to build a pirate ship worthy of Whitebeard. After all, building a pirate ship takes a very long time. Little Oars Jr. was looking for a shipwright and shipbuilding materials. But the shipwright found many outstanding people, but could not find very good shipbuilding materials. It's Whitebeard's boat anyway. Can bear the Whitebeard pirate ship. Why can it be made of any random material? Either build it differently, or use the world's best shipbuilding materials. Even such a sturdy warship's deck was destroyed by Whitebeard's casual release of Overlord's hockey. Thus, to build a pirate ship worthy of Whitebeard, it must definitely be more sturdy and better than this warship. Each pirate gang, each pirate, must have their own pirate ship to be considered a real pirate. For Emperor's Ant Pirate Ship Cake. Yonko Blackbeard teach big would hockey pirate ship. Roger Lawshirt. Jackson Proud. B. These super pirate ships, so a supernatural existence. And to be worthy of the Whitebeard pirate ship, it must be one of the world's best pirate ships. Now the first problem facing Whitebeard and his group is to build a super pirate ship. La 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 la. Don't worry, wait until our Whitebeard pirates completely take over Guild Tesoro's wealth and enjoy 20% of the world's wealth. We will definitely be able to find the best materials to build the world's best pirate ship. Whitebeard was not too worried after destroying Guild Tesoro. He naturally wanted to take back all of his assets and wealth without losing them all. With so much wealth, he would definitely be able to build the best pirate ship in the world. Whitebeard had already arranged for the pirate crew to operate under the flag. With the current reputation of the Whitebeard pirates, surely other than those extremely vicious people who risked their lives, the rest of the pirates would have given up and retreated, not daring to take Guild Tesoro's industry and wealth. Marco and the others also nodded in unison, thinking about the wealth they would continuously gain in the future. They couldn't help but become excited. This was 20% of the world's wealth. Any pirate would be filled with enthusiasm for this. At this moment, Zephyr hesitated a bit, looked at Whitebeard and said, "Just now our Neo Marines obtained an important piece of news. So we specially came to tell you, hoping it can be useful to you." "Oh!" Whitebeard smiled and looked down at Zephyr. This Enio marshal who was almost killed by him had long since put down his prejudices and became a loyal comrade of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard smiled. "Don't tell me anything related to that brat Kadu." "Huh?" Zephyr was stunned, suddenly knowing, probably with Whitebeard's ability. He already knew from his previous conversation with Marco and the others. Now he nodded and said, "That's right, it's related to important news of the Beast's pirates." Everyone's eyes were looking towards Zephyr, the Beast pirates. This was the pirate crew that had annexed a lot of the Whitebeard pirates' territory after the Summit War. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates can be said to have a hostile relationship. Moreover, Whitebeard had just been resurrected and had once killed the 3 great pirates of the Beast pirates, harming one of them, Jack the Drought. Zephyr's expression became serious. The Beast pirates once went out to sea and obtained a giant treasure tree. Adam. Judging by the branches and leaves, that treasure tree Adam is about the size of an island. That big. What? Such a giant treasure tree Adam? The Beast pirates have such good luck? Hearing the words, "Protect Adam," from the Whitebeard pirates, many of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but be shocked. Protect Adam, the world's best shipbuilding materials. No one can compare. Wow, this is really timely news. Whitebeard laughed out loud. Trample on the iron shoes without any obstacles, get all the time worth it. If you fall asleep, someone will bring you a pillow. Just in time to need supernatural materials to build the world's best pirate ship. If the Beast's pirates get the treasure tree Adam, then Whitebeard naturally won't be polite. Since that's the case, we shouldn't be polite to the Beast's pirates. Whitebeard's soul-filled voice resounded loudly. All personnel prepare to depart. We're going to rob the Beast's Kadu treasure tree Adam. La 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 la. That treasure tree Adam is this old man. Boom. Whitebeard's extremely domineering voice was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The spirit of concessions trembles. The more cannot help but become enthusiastic. The ever-present, arrogant and domineering golden lion Shiki first laughed loudly. "All right. This is the life this old man wants to live. Whitebeard. It was not in vain that this old man followed you under his banner and became your subordinate. What 100 beasts Kadu, what strongest creature in the sea and on land. This old man has long been annoyed by him. Ha ha ha. Let us kill that brat Kadu together." Burndy World is also full of spirit. He and Whitebeard dominated that era. There is still no beast Kadu. What's going on? In that case, that brat Kadu who obtained the treasure tree Adam will definitely become the material to build our pirate ship. Whitebeard looked towards the golden lion Shiki. Golden lion, when the pirate ship is built, don't forget your mission. Don't worry. Golden Lion Shiki didn't pay any attention to the boatman's matter. His dream is to dominate the whole world. Before, he was good at scheming and thought of all the methods, but found it difficult to achieve. Now that he follows Whitebeard, he can definitely achieve it. Shiki the Golden Lion laughed and said, "No matter how big the pirate ship is, as long as I'm here, I can make it fly." Whitebeard nodded, looking towards Burndy World. "Leader you. I'm this old man. And I still have to let you be the leader of the crew. Although Burndy World said that, he was extremely excited in his heart. However, let go of your 10,000 hearts. My ability is naturally not a problem. On a giant pirate ship, I can also accelerate 10 times. La 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 la. This is not good. Once our pirate ship is formed, it will definitely be the world's #1 pirate ship. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Originally captured Golden Lion Shiki and helped devour you more. Isn't it because later when building pirate ships, can more hockey? Few fruits ability can make pirate ships fly. Mo fruits ability can make a pirate ship accelerate 10 times. Build the strongest, fastest, and flying pirate ship. Listening to it all feels so cool. Protect Adam. Our Whitebeard pirates are about to decide. That Kadu actually dared to fight alone in the world during the time of his father's death, the strongest being in the world, the strongest creature in the sea and on land, the immortal king of beasts Kadu. Could he have ever asked about our Whitebeard pirates? Fresh Flower Bridge 0. What is the strongest one-on-one fight? Whitebeard's father is the strongest. What immortal Kadu? This time, we Whitebeard pirates will kill him. Marco waited for a group of team leaders, also bustling with excitement, each cheer loudly. The Whitebeard pirates at the summit war afterwards. Suffocated for too long, kept enduring, giving in again, enduring again. Has suffocated so much indomitable. Suffocating for too long, uncomfortable. Destroying the Navy headquarters, the world government's fleet. Obviously still lacking a lot of Whitebeard pirates to eliminate the evil spirit in their hearts. Then, exterminate another Beast Pirates gang. On the contrary, the Beast Pirates were still uneasy about the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard had never bothered before. Whitebeard dreamed of having a complete home, without the heart of domination. Now it's different. Dominate this sea, of course. Otherwise, how can I not let down my hope in being reborn? La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The enthusiastic performance of this group of subordinates also resonated with Whitebeard's inner heart. His blood burned. Let's start our Whitebeard pirates' path to domination, starting from destroying the Beast's pirates. That brat Kadu, let me kill him. Follow father. Crush the Beast pirates. Protect Adam. It's our Whitebeard pirates. Follow father. Dominate the new world. A group of Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly. Their blood had been completely burned. La 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 la. Come with me and let's make this world shake up. Dark clouds covered Gran Tesoro Island in terror. Gran Tesoro Island, which had become a ruin, appeared even more gloomy and terrifying under such a stifling atmosphere, like an apocalyptic scene, with no one in the entire Gran Tesoro. Suddenly, in the sky, densely covered with thunderclouds, a flash of lightning flashed across the horizon, illuminating the horizon at the same time and casting down pouring rain. Thunder, lightning, thunder, heavy rain, hurricane. The almost sunken Gran Tesoro Island was shaken by such an apocalyptic atmosphere. Wow, wow, wow. But at this moment, a flagless boat, neither big nor small, in such a stormy wind and rain, landed at Gran Tesoro Island. It's still late. Shrouded in a dark robe, Monkey D. Dragon looked at Gran Tesoro Island before him, muttering with regret and surprise. Edward Newgate again brought this prosperous island, destroyed the uninhabited Liao. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he single-handedly founded the Dragon Revolutionary Army, and at this moment, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. 917. Huh? Dragon suddenly turned his head, looking to the other side. There was a ship just like that on such an apocalyptic day. Docked at Gran Tesoro Island. Hey, Dragon leader. From the ship came down a dragon who was also surprised by that person. Revolutionary Army cadre, hormone fruit ability user, King Okama. Imberio. Ivankov. Seeing Dragon also here on Gran Tesoro Island, Ivankov could not help but become surprised. The type of giant ghost cloud big head shrimp. A Zhongyuan body, even bigger than the super surprised big face, all were unexpected looks. Dragon looked at a relative of Ivankov, also very surprised. You Ivankov. You should be in your illegal relationship musician, Karma Baza Kingdom, teaching new people. Why did you come here? Ivankov wore a pair of crimson high heels, extremely untidy walked over. At Dragon's side took a ballet posture, walked around, cracked the crimson lipstick supergiant mouth, said with a smile, "You are talking about the Straw Hat Pirates stomping feet Sanjia. That kid was disciplined, Beths, for a year. Already docile, ah. Hehe, this time to Grand Azaro, I am Whitebeard. It's all Whitebeard, looks like we can be friends." Dragon's voice was hoarse. Neither happy nor sad. Wow, wow, wow. Heavy rain fell on Grand Azaro Island, but only Dragon's black robe was not stained, which made Ivankov click his tongue. "Dragon, your body is really strange. It can actually escape the rain. I really want to give your body a hormonal boost," Ivankov said from somewhere. He took out a huge needle tube. His face ambiguous as he walked towards Dragon. "Long, come here." Dragon glanced at Ivankov and spat out a word. "Get lost." So fierce. Ivankov supported the purple giant cloud-like explosive head, his face full of unpleasant laughter. "Straw Hat Boy can initially reach more than 10 hits. You two father and son's physiques are both strange. I wonder how many hits your dragon body can endure." Long did not pay attention to Ivankov's nagging anymore. He boarded the boat alone. Ivankov quickly followed behind, got on another boat, and together they left Grand Azaro Island. New World. One east on the island. Editor-in-Chief. Whitebeard's strength far exceeds your imagination. Although I cannot fight Whitebeard, the one who can kill my eagle-eyed Mihawk in Whitebeard's hands in just 3 moves was completely destroyed. Almost got slashed by Whitebeard with a single slash, enough to prove Whitebeard's terrifying strength. The real ability user Mr. Wondaz, Bones, was slashed away by the Eagle Eye, but he did not die. Even his stubborn body, after resisting the Eagle Eye slash, could only take action soon. At this moment, he was following in front of the Sandman. Crocodile reported a bit about the battle situation. Original Sand. Crocodile also went together to the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, but ended up meeting a pirate gang and angering Sand. Crocodile was alone, chasing and killing them on the ocean for several days, and finally annihilated the entire pirate gang. So he missed the chance to meet Whitebeard. Whitebeard's strength increased, nothing surprising. Coming back to life, increasing strength, very normal. Sand. Crocodile couldn't help but say. Holding a cigar, blowing out smoke rings, his face full of confidence, "I will finally take down Whitebeard's head." Editor-in-Chief. Whitebeard became more and more domineering. Those who fought him either submitted to him or were forced to be beaten to death by him. The cold and iron-blooded Mr. Wondaz. Bones said such an assessment. Enough to prove that his heart was filled with a layer of fear by Whitebeard. That man is Whitebeard. So what? Living in this piece of ocean. None of the strong people are bloodthirsty and fight, reborn in adversity. Sand. Crocodile was fearless, his robe fluttered in the cold wind, matching his cigar and big head. His entire person appeared extremely spirited. Pirates just want to go against the flow. Whitebeard is stronger. Taking down his head will give you a sense of success. I also do not hope to attack the weak. Daz. Bones trembled. It had been a long time since he had heard the editor-in-chief speak such long words, making him unable to help but sigh. This was Whitebeard's charm. Even if it was someone who wanted to take down a player, they would still change for him. Taking down Whitebeard's head. This is the dream of all pirates who pursue becoming strong in the world. Follow me. Let's go to the sea. Let's find Whitebeard. Sand. Crocodile Giant's head glowed slowly and blindingly. Knowing that Whitebeard was invincible, Sir Crocodile still persisted in finding Whitebeard. He did not know what kind of grudge or enmity he had with Whitebeard. Why he dared to risk such great danger, not wanting to live to find Whitebeard. Maybe Ivankov knows. The New World's weather was always the same. A few minutes ago, the sky was clear and sunny. Everything was like spring. Not long after, it turned into thunderclouds and terrifying howling waves. It has been 2 long months since the battle between Hong Kim Ton and the Imperial City. Whitebeard's reputation in this vast ocean became even more resounding. Under the Whitebeard pirate flag, he completely conquered the forces that had lost their territory. Not only that, the pirate crew was also constantly expanding. Because Whitebeard's power was overwhelming. Countless powerful people on the sea flocked to the pirate crew under Whitebeard's flag and joined the pirate crew under Whitebeard's flag. On the contrary, Each pirate crew under Whitebeard's banner raised the requirements for joining. In addition to requiring strong strength, there were two more conditions. The first point is absolute loyalty to Whitebeard Father. Absolutely obey Whitebeard Father's orders. The second point, cannot cause harm to relatives. Even so, in such a short period of time, the Whitebeard pirate crew still achieved extremely exaggerated development, and their overall strength was even more exaggerated to the point of terror. In addition, it is worth mentioning that after obtaining Guild Tesoro's industrial wealth, the Whitebeard pirates obtained a huge fortune and at the same time obtained a lot of devil fruits and created a lot of devil fruit ability users. During the later period, the Whitebeard pirates continued to buy devil fruits. Each demon is truly an ability user, constantly being born. The Whitebeard pirate strength became even stronger. And Whitebeard's closest friend, the 16th Squadron, under the squadron leader's selection, also received certain development. To be a strong person following Whitebeard, one must have unparalleled strength. Every one of the 16 pirate crews that joins the crew must undergo a personal test by the crew captain. Pirate ship above. Burndy World said in frustration, Marco is the first team. Diamond George is the 6th team. What am I to the Golden Lion Shiki? Whitebeard glanced at Burndy World and said lightly, can't the boatman do it? Hearing his father casually refer to a legendary pirate as a boatman, Marco and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Exaggerating such a number, perhaps only his father could do it? Help I vore you a lot, Golden Lion Shiki, this kind of legendary pirate. Watching the entire Grand Line is also an extremely terrifying existence. Being able to face the Navy headquarters' big character alone is also not a joke. Maybe it was already such a terrifyingly powerful legendary figure, but was still called by his father boat husband. Marco, who was always brave and resourceful, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Father, why don't we start a 0-number squad? Just gather legendary pirates with supernatural strength. Everyone heard Marco say that, and couldn't help but have their eyes shine. That's right. Can form a number of non-teams. At the first team in the air. Each one of them is a powerful pirate, once a legendary pirate on the sea. Yeah, not a bad idea. Whitebeard nodded. No band squad, officially established. Rules are the same as the rest of the squads, with one exception. No band squads have no captains. All members only listen to my orders. The Floating Fruits ability, Golden Lion Shiki, and the Mo Fruits ability helped Ivor and the two legendary pirates become members of the Air Force. Shiki the Golden Lion Flying Pirates soon became the next Whitebeard Pirates flag bearer. Although the team currently only has 2 people, each one's strength cannot be underestimated. Also worth mentioning is that Zephyr took the Enyo Marines with him and left. The Enyo Marines did not join the Whitebeard pirates. After all, they were Marines, hating all pirates except Whitebeard. However, under the guidance of the Enyo Marines, Zephyr became a secret intelligence organization of Whitebeard. Their own advantage was intelligence, and Whitebeard could provide each pirate crew with the latest information. Although the Enyo Marines did not join Whitebeard's army, they would stand up when Whitebeard needed them and be effective. Just like that time Gran Tesoro Island fought a battle of sorts. If only I could continue to receive some legendary pirates joining the crew. That would be even more interesting. Joaquim Vista was just kidding. Let everyone's eyes light up again. That's right. If more legendary pirates can become Whitebeard's subordinates, then it will definitely be able to let the Whitebeard pirates' strength increase even more. Of course, everyone also understands on this piece of ocean, there are only a few pirates who can be called legendary pirates. This kind of pirates also have their own pride. Both are local super strong people, a super pirate captain. Resilient and resilient. Let them join the 597 Zichi under the clear chaos, become Whitebeard's subordinates. I'm afraid they may encounter an impossible request. Father, there is a large island ahead. Should we go ashore to resupply? Standing in the stands, long hair hidden, opened his mouth to speak. The Whitebeard pirates have been holding banquets for many days in a row, and the food and wine have been used up quite a bit, so it's time to resupply them. Then let's go ashore. Whitebeard nodded. Father, it's not the first day of the formation of the squadron. Why don't we hold a banquet on this island? That's right. I agree. A group of captains heard the banquet. Each one was more excited than anyone else. What a bunch of gluttons. In fact, in their hearts they wanted to have a few more drinks with Whitebeard's father. Before, his father's health was not good, and a group of captains kept advising him, but now it was different. Whitebeard's health was stronger and healthier than any of them, so he could naturally drink big gulps of wine and take big bites of meat. La 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 la. Then let us first destroy the beast pirates and enjoy drinking the crazy wine. New World. A kind of huge island on. As night falls. Buy all the necessary items from the Whitebeard pirates. And at the spacious square on the island, start the night bonfire banquet. Good wine, good food. There is also a graceful young lady dancing and singing. The Whitebeard pirates cheered. Dad, you should drink more. Since seeing Whitebeard reincarnated, Marco's words became much more frequent, no longer as humble and silent as before. Father, your alcohol tolerance. Overlooking the entire New World, this is absolutely an unrivaled existence. Today, why don't you let us know a little about Father's real alcohol tolerance, exactly how much? Even the normally quiet and big Diamond George changed his old personality and started to make a fuss. In the summit battle, he injured Akiji, and finally lost an arm because Whitebeard suddenly fell ill and vomited blood. However, when he saw Whitebeard's father appear safe and sound, George became more open-minded and talked about love more than before. In fact, a group of captains all cherished the time they spent with Whitebeard's father and became extremely talkative. They never asked about Whitebeard's resurrection secret. I'm afraid this is just a passing fancy. That's how precious this reunion time is. Banquet. Good wine. Delicious food. We are all having a great time together. Whitebeard did not have any refusal, no matter before reincarnation or after resurrection. His alcohol tolerance was extremely formidable. Whitebeard generously grabbed a huge wine cauldron, aimed at the Golden Lion Shiki, helped devour Yumeni, Marco, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista, and the others, laughed heartily and said, Today, I will let you all know a little about Father's great amount. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The delicious beer poured into Whitebeard's mouth, neatly filling a cave with delicious wine. Killing all of them. Whitebeard burped, Children, it's your turn. Shiki the Golden Lion glared. He was not a big Whitebeard. His alcohol tolerance was very average. What was placed in front of him was an extremely large wine cauldron. This was very uncomfortable. Ah, Shiki, you won't be afraid. Burndy World exposed his back. The loser does not lose the battle. This wine must be Hei. Kim Su too grabbed the wine pot and poured it into his mouth. Ha 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 ha. As the previous era's hegemon. The heroic and legendary great pirate, the always upright and domineering Golden Lion Shiki, also appeared today with this kind of embarrassing scene, instantly causing everyone to laugh out loud. Come, keep your father company without getting drunk or resting. Ha ha ha. Who can surpass father's alcohol tolerance? Maybe Shiki can. Hearing the noise from the crowd, Golden Lion really wanted to slap each of these team leaders to death. They have the ability to compete with this old man in strength. Other than Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki really can't lose to anyone. But very quickly, the Golden Lion Shiki was also infected by the joyful atmosphere of the crowd, especially after a good wine went down his stomach. The drunken and dizzy Golden Lion Shiki also began to become unrestrained and generous. What Elder's reserve and face had long been thrown out, to the ninth cloud. Following a group of young captains to mix together, opening his mouth to call them brothers, opening his mouth to call them Whitebeard's father. This made Whitebeard feel embarrassed. Luckily, he had a good alcohol tolerance, otherwise he would be as stinky as Shiki the Golden Lion. Speaking of drinking, we have to mention King of Hell Rayleigh. At first, during the battle between Huang Jincheng and him, he never made a move. In the end, he disappeared into the crowd without anyone knowing. Later, there were rumors that King of Hell Rayleigh found a wine cellar in the ruins, then disappeared. The banquet did not last long. Everyone was drunk. Even the leader Marco was sober as ever. Tonight he was also a bit drunk. His steps were unsteady. No wonder the Whitebeard pirates' food ran out so quickly. Each and every one of them was as big as a small mountain. Eating and drinking one round, killing a small boat and a whole boat's worth of food. Whitebeard father, you really have a good alcohol tolerance. Having leaned against the wall countless times, Shiki the Golden Lion suddenly sat up, gave Whitebeard a thumbs up, hiccup, and burped after saying that. Of course. How's your father? The world's best alcohol tolerance father. Father is not drunk yet. I saw father drink 5 or 6 rows of good wine. But at this moment, the bright moon shining high in the sky, suddenly filled with dark clouds, a bloody gale, suddenly blew wildly over. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Following, the smell of blood spread. Each sharp and piercing scream entered everyone's ears. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but become flustered. If you come, why hide and hide, just like a black turtle hiding its head? Why don't you come out and drink some good wine? Faced with the bloody wind, Whitebeard was not afraid at all, nor did he raise his head to speak. A group of team leaders, their expressions changed. The originally happy atmosphere suddenly turned tense. In the storm, mixed with the extremely pungent smell of blood, the sky is full of dark clouds, making people feel extremely suffocated. Obviously, the person who came was a strong person. Moreover, even though Marco had been following Whitebeard for more than 20 years as captain, he had never seen such a bloody character. Father, the team leader shouted with a nervous expression. Originally drunk, everyone sobered up in a moment. Only Shiki the Golden Lion had really drunk a bit. He had absolutely no way to sober up, otherwise he wouldn't have opened his mouth in front of everyone and called out Whitebeard's father. As expected of Whitebeard. Haven't seen him in decades. Still as powerful as ever. Pedal, pedal, pedal. As the sound rang out, a series of slow footsteps appeared in everyone's ears. Following them, a man dressed in red, with a strange little leopard on his shoulder, walked towards 313. The person who came was the so-called Miss Chao Chi Hong, Count Hong, arrogant rider, Patrick Redfield. His strength is extremely strong. Just relying on one person, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. Because of defeating the then Navy Marshal, Cyborg, he was weakened and powerless and was captured by Garp and taken to Impel Down level 6. After the previous Summit War, Blackbeard caused a stir in his prison break. Coming to the New World, he got rid of his old and weak body, restored his youthful strength, and ate a Zoan bat, a magical beast-type vampire-like demon. Old man, who are you? Come to me, Whitebeard pirates. To cause chaos? The leading squad leader stood up and stared at Patrick Redfield with unfriendly eyes. Patrick, Ryder, Field, hiccup. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was drinking left and right, had a light flash in his eyes. He was hiccuping while shouting drunkenly. He didn't expect that after drinking like this, the Golden Lion Shiki would still be able to recognize Patrick. Redfield's arrival was actually quite unexpected. Shiki the Golden Lion. I heard you submit to Whitebeard's subordinates and become Whitebeard's subordinate. The mighty Golden Lion, back then on this vast ocean, the legendary Pirate King. Today you will also be willing to be a subordinate. Patrick. Redfield's red coat fluttered in the wind, giving him the air of a count. He looked at Kim Soo too with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Huh? Golden Lion Shiki tilted his head, his long golden hair swaying in the wind, looking at Patrick. Redfield coldly snorted, you. With your current strength, you can't even match Whitebeard's men. Humph. Then let's see. This time I go to the New World, I might be able to claim the title of Pirate King. Sooner or later I can restore my peak strength. Patrick. Redfield's words had not yet finished, when the Golden Lion Shiki had already approached. Boom. An extremely powerful gust of wind. Following the Golden Lion Shiki's sudden attack towards Patrick Redfield, violently raged, an extremely ear-piercing explosion sounded. Each vortex of air stirred up the Golden Lion Shiki's long golden hair, emitting sharp screeches. Boom. Shiki the Golden Lion, like a drunken fist, used 2 fists imbued with hockey, and fought together with Patrick Redfield. Patrick. Redfield is indeed arrogant. He has no disdain for taking advantage of people in trouble. Yet, he directly chose to stubbornly take on the Golden Lion Shiki. Mr. The 2 armed hockey almost simultaneously fought together. The air seemed to vibrate in all directions and stirred up. Golden Lion Shiki's long golden hair flutters, causing havoc. Lion. 1,000 cups chop. Suddenly, the Golden Lion Shiki's 2 legs kicked out several times with a series of messy slashes. Chaochi retired. Each golden slash was slashed out in an instant, immediately emitting a sharp and piercing screech in the air. Although it was messy and chaotic, it dazzled people. Its momentum was extraordinary. Huh, Patrick. Redfield coldly snorted, his two hands continuously waved. The blood-colored coat behind his back suddenly fluttered, in the blink of an eye. One after another huge blood-colored bats appeared. These blood-colored boundary bats are full of elongated fangs. Appeared later. Directly slashed the golden lion Shiki out with a golden slash and bit. A bat bites a slash. He then struggled to swallow the entire golden lion Shiki's slash. Of course, these blood-colored borders also dissipated. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Next scene, everyone was stunned, only to see such a fierce battle. Golden lion Shiki actually fell to the ground and fell asleep, snoring loudly. It's true that mutations occur. Again sleeping at this time. This guy, how much alcohol did he drink? A group of team leaders were all stunned. Can only sigh before those good wines take effect slowly, yet let the legendary great pirate Kim Su too in such a fierce battle sleep. Even Patrick Redfield himself was stunned, and couldn't help but mumble, no wonder the continuous slashing and hitting were so messy and chaotic. I thought you were so old that you used your immobile legs to strike with your dual swords. Patrick Redfield, Shiki is drunk, I'm not drunk. Boom. Burndy World suddenly took action. A wine jug suddenly hit Patrick Redfield. 100 times faster. 100 times bigger. The wine jar smashed towards Patrick. In the process, Redfield suddenly became about 100 times larger. The wine jar at a distance of 50 meters was like a small mountain. Not only that, the speed of the wine jar also changed, 100 times faster. In the air, the violent sound had not yet reached people's ears. When the wine jar as big as a small mountain had already smashed on Patrick Redfield's head, come forward. Clink. Boom. The huge wine cauldron shattered with a loud bang, catching Patrick and Redfield completely off guard and smashing to the ground. The wine in the cauldron also changed into 100 times more in the moment the cauldron shattered. Like a tidal wave, washed down from the wine in the cauldron, making Patrick Redfield even more drenched. Cough, cough, cough. The originally drunk turkey Patrick Redfield was lying on the ground, choking on this waterfall-like wine, coughing nonstop. After a long time, Patrick Redfield finally got up from the ground. His body was full of alcohol, exuding a strong alcoholic scent, a legendary pirate of a lifetime, yet he ended up like this, really soaked like a drowned rat, extremely miserable. Angry. Patrick Redfield's shoulder, that leopard on the contrary had already jumped out, now once again jumped back to Patrick Redfield's shoulder, emitting a squeaking sound. As if it was pitying Patrick Redfield. Burndy World. Patrick Redfield's eyes were filled with anger. You're taking advantage of people's difficulties. Hiccup. Burndy World burped, his face full of surprise as he said, sorry. Actually, I also drank a lot. I didn't see clearly just now, but I can drink 100 times more than Shiki. Sorry. What did I just hit you with? 100 times more than a bullet. Patrick Redfield saw Ivor's drunken appearance and smelled the pungent alcohol smell on his body. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Drunk. What Burndy World didn't know was that he had just gotten drunk, and at the same time, the wine jar used 100 times more speed and grew 100 times larger. Before this, maybe only 100 times the bullet type was successful. After all, using Mo Fruit's ability to become 100 times larger and accelerate 100 times also requires consuming physical energy. At the same time, it can accelerate 100 times. Become 100 times larger, only 100 times the size of this type of bullet. Other similar objects are all 10 times larger, otherwise Burndy World still hasn't defeated the enemy. He himself will be exhausted to death. However, just 100 times the wine jar, and the same consumption as 100 times the bullet. This made Burndy World mistakenly think that he used 100 times the bullet to attack Patrick Redfield. This is Burndy World's accidental power increase. Burndy World, you successfully angered me. Patrick Redfield's eyes were spitting anger. He and Burndy World were pirates of the same era, and when the two were young, they often fought. But he didn't expect that as soon as they met, the latter would give him 100 times the wine jug, making the current Patrick. Redfield extremely uncomfortable, his whole body uncomfortable. Fresh flower bridge 0. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the blood-red clouds condensed above Patrick Redfield's head. And one by one blood-red bats jumped up from the red clouds, emitting sharp, ear-piercing cries that gave everyone goosebumps. Chouchou retire. One by one. The blood-colored bats all rapidly charged towards the Burndy world. These blood-colored bats were extremely fast, leaving behind a blood-colored afterimage in the air, like blood-colored lightning. Extremely fast. Is it a pistol? Burndy World felt a little dizzy, took out a pistol with one hand, and quickly fired at the bat. With a bang, 2 shots were fired. The bullets screamed out in an instant, turning into approximately 100 times larger and 100 times faster, carrying a sharp and ear-piercing whistle, and rapidly shooting towards the blood-colored boundary bat, loudly colliding with each other. Boom, boom. 2 huge bullets about 3 meters apart exploded in an instant. With a violent explosion, 2 mushrooms rose into the sky, and flames instantly rose, sweeping away all the blood-colored boundary bat. 100 times more powerful explosive bullets. Blood-colored border wall all turned into blood mist. It seems like it's just like that. Burndy World staggered, muttering, but the next second, he was stunned. The team leaders took turns, all were stunned. Only to see the original blood-colored border walls being blown away one by one, turning into a mass of blood mist, now twisted and distorted like living things. Following, possessing blood mist swirling back, a huge blood-colored bat was born, 2 gloomy fangs, showing off a chilling light. Undoubtedly showing off its powerful strength and its unkillable bat body. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the air. The giant blood-colored bat left behind a blood-colored afterimage in the air, piercing through the air, like a lightning bolt, rapidly stabbing towards Burndy World. If this kind of terrifying attack hits the target, even if you help Ivor, a powerful character like you, 623, will be injured, right? Seeing the giant blood-colored wall, I immediately wanted to help Ivor pierce it. Danger, danger. Absolute risk of falling. At this moment, Ivor's drunken head suddenly came back to its senses. Suddenly his eyes widened, his expression filled with fear. He came too late to escape. It's over. Carelessness. Carelessness. It's all the alcohol that caused the trouble. Burndy World secretly said to himself that he wanted to end his life. Suddenly, in this place, life is on the line. A blade with a whole body of burning flames suddenly slashed out. As expected, the fierce flame blade and the blood-colored boundary wall fought together. Pink. The flames were like ocean waves stirred up by the blood-colored bat. The burning fruit was truly terrifying, and it was no joke. Almost instantly, the air temperature rose by several degrees. At the same time, the raging flames swept back, engulfing the blood-colored bat. Looks like the bat is on fire. Fire itself is the one that overcomes all evil. Burning fruit is almost completely carved into a vampire bat fruit form. Are not. Patrick. Redfield let out a miserable scream. This giant blood-colored bat was created with great effort by him. It appeared, without any time or moment, and did not consume Patrick. Redfield. But if it was burned to death, it would bite back Patrick. Redfield. The bat was really strange, and other people couldn't understand it. Meet Whitebeard fire, Patrick. Redfield can only scream miserably. Boom. The blood-colored boundary wall was directly ignited by the fire. Its entire body burned up and could not be extinguished, followed by a sudden explosion, death. The whole place was burned to a crisp, with a pungent smell of blood and gore, as if it never existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Burndy World in front of the gates of hell walk around. Otherwise, all the heart is afraid. Fortunately, Whitebeard's single slash helped him block that strange blood-colored bump. Whitebeard. Boom. Patrick. Redfield gasped, the pain of losing a bat. His heart was bleeding like a form. Patrick. Redfield. Your strength has not improved a bit. This vampire bat form is really capable. You still haven't mastered it. With this little ability, there's no way you can act arrogant in front of me. Whitebeard, tall and handsome, stood proudly, holding a sword full of flames, hockey, standing in front, eyes looking at Patrick. Redfield. Chan Ton said. Humph. As long as I suck your blood, I believe I will definitely be able to restore myself to my ultimate state. On this vast ocean, there is no place I cannot go. The Pirate King's throne will definitely belong to me. Patrick. Redfield snorted coldly, his expression arrogant as he said. The bat is indeed a vampire form, which can let Patrick Redfield receive fresh blood and become young. If he attacked an ordinary person, he could completely drain the blood of several islands of city dwellers. Then I'm afraid he would have already recovered most of his strength. Maybe Patrick Redfield has his own arrogance. He looked down on the ordinary person who couldn't even tie a chicken. More contempt for sucking the blood of ordinary people. He was once a top-notch figure standing in this vast ocean. At that time, just by relying on his own strength, he was able to stand on par with Roger and the others. Even though he was old and weak now, how could he bend down and attack those weak-willed ordinary people? However, being able to restore his strength is not what he wants. He wants to restore his ultimate state by receiving the blood of a strong person. Hearing that Whitebeard had been resurrected after death, and witnessing Whitebeard's fierce and domineering battle, Patrick Redfield decided that he must find Whitebeard and suck Whitebeard's blood. And he would definitely be able to bring him back to his youthful state of 3.4. Coincidentally, at a nearby island, he heard news that the Whitebeard pirates had landed on this island. Dealing with Whitebeard, although the danger is very great, only when successful, he is confident, can absolutely let himself recover to the top. In this life, one must gamble. If one does not gamble, one will never have a chance to win. Patrick Redfield bet he could win. Immediately after, Patrick Redfield did not say a word, directly came to the door. Want my blood? Are you ready to welcome death with enlightenment? Knowing Patrick Redfield's purpose, Whitebeard didn't say anything more and directly attacked. The extremely hot flame burned fiercely. Following the sudden slash of the blade, the temperature of this piece of air increased greatly in an extremely short period of time, becoming extremely hot. The fierce fire was even more like a flower breaking through the sky, like a long line of fierce fire, roaring in the air, towards Patrick Redfield suddenly tore towards. That red flame illuminated the heavens and earth, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated under the raging flames. That blood essence had already been roasted by the high-temperature fire without leaving a trace. The long, fierce flames carried terrifying destructive force as they charged towards Patrick Redfield. Damn it! Patrick Redfield roared. His old face had some injuries, becoming extremely miserable. The strong fire restrained him. The bat was indeed in 14 forms of vampire. This means that he can only defeat Whitebeard with his physical body. Mr. Powerful armament hockey instantly enveloped Patrick Redfield's entire body, especially on its two hands, is emitting a pitch black to the abyss-like hockey weapon shine. Patrick Redfield barehanded, Whitebeard's tough and domineering slashed towards the flames with a fierce blade, smashing towards him. Winter. Like the heavy sound of drums, boom, crackle crackle. From Patrick Redfield's feet, cracks suddenly opened up and, following them, dense cracks appeared all over the square. These cracks were extremely terrifying, bottomless. There is no way to imagine the terrifying power of this knife. Patrick Redfield groaned even more. Outsiders had no way of imagining what kind of terrifying force he was enduring. In this flash, piece by piece the flames burned fiercely, like huge waves rolling back. Each vortex of air was shot out, stirring in all directions and going out. Blood from Patrick Redfield's body surged, instantly wrapping his body. At this moment, the fierce flames swept across the body. The terrifying high temperature burned the body. Patrick Redfield rushed forward. The red coat behind him was burned by the raging flames. As he rapidly rushed forward, a trail of raging flames left behind in the air. Even though Patrick Redfield is old and weak, his strength is still not to be underestimated. After all, he was once able to fight alongside Roger and the others on his own, a super pirate. Although the body is old and weak, but no matter fighting skills, hockey weapons or whatever, it is still strong. Well done! Whitebeard shouted loudly. For Patrick Redfield, this kind of arrogant way of fighting cannot help but applaud. 2 hands resist the strong flame of the knife. Then, without any regard for his own safety, he quickly rushed forward. Such a hockey decisive battle method, Whitebeard couldn't help but support. For Patrick. Redfield's expression. Whitebeard was very happy then, rewarded the former with a knife of melon seeds. Extremely fierce blade, carrying terrifying raging flames, instantly sent Patrick Redfield flying. Boom, boom, boom. Patrick Redfield was sent flying to a far distance, and when he flew backwards, he smashed into a building, sending up a cloud of dust. The sky was filled with dust, and it was also emitting a disgusting, bloody smell along with a pungent, burning smell. Wow, wow, wow. Far away, Patrick Redfield crawled out from the ruins again. The red coat on his body had long been burned to ashes, and there were many bleeding wounds on his body, looking very disheveled. Luckily, I have blood energy protecting me. Patrick Redfield was scared out of his wits. Luckily, he had the armament hockey protecting his body, as well as the vampire form blood energy protecting his body. Otherwise, Patrick Redfield thought of the terrifying power that Whitebeard had just unleashed with that slash and was afraid, not daring to think further. However, this doesn't necessarily seem like a bad thing. Patrick Redfield looked up and saw him flying backwards, smashing a building and killing many pirates who were watching the battle. The sky was filled with blood mist, and blood was flowing. Except these pirate blood. After all, they are pirates, not those weak and helpless people. Patrick Redfield had no reason to be upset and suddenly charged out. Caught a pirate. Directly sucked this unlucky pirate's blood dry. What a disgusting smell. This person must be an extremely vicious person. Patrick Redfield could not help but spit. Hearing the pirates become more and more ferocious, the smell of blood became more and more nauseating. As his strength recovered, Patrick Redfield endured the nausea and continued to suck the real pirate's blood. Patrick Redfield carried a bloody wind towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, let's fight again. Clink. Suddenly, a huge flame that covered the sky and earth fell from the sky, with a clanging sound, slashing Patrick Redfield, who had just been thrown into the ground. The raging flames burned so fiercely that the entire earth was burned down. Whitebeard held the sword in his hand and descended from the sky. Okay, I'll wait for you to return. They turned to the team leader. A group of captains couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, the originally drunken people all came back to their senses. Looking at Whitebeard's thunderous and domineering methods, everyone couldn't help but feel admiration. Patrick Redfield is so unlucky. He originally thought that Whitebeard would fight him. As a result, Whitebeard completely ignored him. Directly take the sword, domineeringly chopped to death. Originally dealing with Whitebeard's saber was already difficult enough, and he still had to face the Burning Fruits ability. After obtaining the Burning Fruits ability, not only could the saber slash out extremely terrifying flames, it could also transform its elements, achieving all kinds of attack effects. Patrick Redfield was scared out of his wits. Can be arrogant, he absolutely does not allow himself to retreat. Squeak, squeak. Patrick was slashed into the inner layer, almost burned to the ground. Redfield crawled out for the second time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Patrick Redfield gasped for breath. Fortunately, he had just sucked a lot of fresh blood, otherwise, being stabbed by Whitebeard, who had just fallen from the sky, would have been dangerous. Whitebeard, you dare to fight me barehanded? Patrick Redfield was very unhappy, very angry. The devil really had the ability to suppress. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Whitebeard, don't tell me. You don't dare to put down your weapon and fight me openly. Don't you know that you're afraid of losing in front of your children and can't bear to leave? Patrick Redfield was furious and indignant, shouting loudly. Patrick Redfield was once a man not inferior to Whitebeard. Now, after several decades, the result has turned out to be Whitebeard's reverse. How does he accept this? A fair and scare one. La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed heartily, fearlessly, that white moon-shaped beard, majestically crushing all beliefs. Why do you need to put down your weapon? I can send you flying with one hand. Boom. Whitebeard punches. He held the saber in one hand, stuck it in the ground. The other hand suddenly clenched his fist. The armament hockey instantly circulated above it, afraid that the fist suddenly squeezed. Even the air emitted a sound like a mirror shattering into pieces. Boom. Whitebeard punched out. Each vortex of air rapidly flew out. The terrifying sound was extremely deafening, like a mountain punch, carrying an extremely powerful destructive force. Like a thunderclap, fiercely smashed towards Patrick. Redfield. Patrick. Redfield roared loudly, his two hands suddenly clenched, powerful armament hockey-like that covered his two fists. The difference in body shape, if he wanted to attack Whitebeard, he must jump up, right after Patrick. Redfield suddenly jumped up. 2 punches towards Whitebeard. East. The sound of fist and fist was like thunder, deafening, extremely sharp and piercing. Mr. The air even turned into a ripple of vibration, rolling out in all directions. Crackle. Such a terrifying sound exploded inside, a clear and resounding sound of bones breaking, other piercing sounds, transmitted into everyone's ears, transmitted into Patrick. Redfield's ears. In this flash, Patrick. Redfield's face became gloomy, unusually gloomy, because, just now that crisp bone-rattling sound came from his 2 fists. Boom. Extremely terrifying airwaves directly swept Patrick Redfield's entire body away. Boom, boom, boom. A building structure was crushed, directly collapsed, and turned into ruins. According to Patrick, Redfield flew backwards, the blood mist passed through a storm. In the air, filled with extremely hot high temperature. Even though Whitebeard didn't use the Burning Fruits blade ability, the temperature on this intense battlefield was still terrifyingly high. Marco, you go and bring Patrick. Redfield back. Whitebeard turned his head and said to the shocked and dumbfounded Captain Marco not far away. Dad, I have to go. Marco did not hesitate at all towards Whitebeard's orders. He was always the same, completely attentive, without hesitation supporting, 20 years like one day. Retired. The blue flame shook. Marco flew towards Patrick. Redfield flew in the opposite direction. Very fast. Marco brought Patrick. Redfield back, father. Winter. Patrick. Redfield was thrown down, not expecting this guy's stubborn vitality. Out of the double-headed bonehead dislocated fracture, completely a look of nothing happened. Patrick. Redfield's eyes widened, not understanding Whitebeard's intentions. Whitebeard. Ship. Come for Patrick. Redfield joins hands. Everyone didn't know why, but just like before, the ship didn't hesitate at all, following Whitebeard's orders, and gave Patrick Redfield his 2 hands. Whitebeard looked at Patrick. Redfield, let's have a good fight. Boom. Whitebeard punched out Patrick. Redfield was sent flying for the 2nd time. His whole body was not well. It turned out that Whitebeard saved him, because, to torture him. Team leader session. Whitebeard, Marco go. Marco flapped his wings and flew, bringing Patrick. Redfield back. Whitebeard. Ship. Boat doctor took action to save Patrick. Redfield. Whitebeard. Patrick. Redfield. Da-da-jow. Fight a good fight. Boom. Like this. Back and forth for the 3rd time, Patrick. Redfield's old tears flowed. Suddenly, he knelt down for Whitebeard. Kill me. I've had enough. Whitebeard was unmoved. As you wish. Let's have a proper fight. Everybody. Patrick. Redfield almost went crazy. What do you want to do to make me let you go? I've had enough. A AAA. Patrick. Redfield knelt. Really knelt. Was abused and scared. Never seen such a terrifying Whitebeard. Really not human, is a demon, is a god. The silver moonlight fell on this large island. One could clearly see the cracks on the ground one after another. The banquet square had long since completely changed. What terrifying power does the demonic body of Whitebeard possess? 1 punch and 1 kick is enough to open a mountain, enough to shatter the Earth's layers. Even a small island can be casually exploded. Fortunately, this island is a very large island. Otherwise, when Whitebeard was raping Patrick Redfield, this island would have probably collapsed and sunk long ago. No. At this moment, Patrick Redfield was extremely frustrated. Why did he have to eat a vampire bat, which made his life even more stubborn than a small one? The blood in his body had no luster, but could continuously maintain life through blood, maintaining immortality, allowing him to endure Whitebeard's terrifying attacks without dying. Perhaps the pain he endured did not lessen at all. Let the arrogant Patrick Redfield, an ordinary character, kneel before Whitebeard. One can imagine how terrible pain and torture he ultimately endured. It's really not my thing. Clack knock ha ha ha. But at this moment, a special, reckless laughter was transmitted. Follow. Supposedly, the man in the overcoat, smoking a cigar, his face full of madness hung on the sky. Crocodile, buying crab steps. Walked very arrogantly. Silver moonlight below sand. Crocodile whole person look more and more crazy. I didn't think I would see such a wonderful scene on this island. Sand. Crocodile walked to Whitebeard's group not far away, cigar in mouth, face full of arrogant expression, arrogantly said, the dignified Patrick Redfield, revered as a legendary pirate figure. Actually kneels down. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would make people laugh until their teeth fall out. Boom. Marco jumped and stood up straight, blocking sand. Crocodile. He looked at the person behind him with an expressionless face. Sand. Crocodile, you're really arrogant. Cluck cluck ha ha ha. Sand. Crocodile was not afraid, laughing like crazy and said, I came here, of course, to take Whitebeard's head. With this little bit of strength of yours, I'm afraid you'll have to return disappointed. Marco's body burned like an ocean of pale blue flames. The air around his body was twisting. These flames had an undeniable destructive power. Really? If I dare to come here alone, I won't be afraid of you Whitebeard pirates. Sand. Crocodile made a golden hook in one hand, and in the palm of one hand was a sandstorm that was destroying everything. Even though it was a palm-sized sandstorm, it had a terrifying momentum and could not be underestimated. Once released, it would turn into an extremely large sandstorm. In the summit battle. At the moment Akainu wanted to give Jinbei and Luffy a fatal blow. Sand. Crocodile used Desert Greatsword to attack Akainu, blocking Akainu at the same time. He also used a sandstorm to send Jinbei and Luffy into the sky. Enough to prove, once Sand Crocodile erupts, it still has extremely terrifying strength. If it weren't for Straw Hat Luffy's main character's halo fully unleashed, Sand Crocodile would definitely not be someone he could defeat. Sand. Crocodile's intelligence quotient is even ranked as the absolute top existence in the world by the Pirate King. Powder Dance Incident, impersonating the King's army, and using the image of a hero to gain the people's trust. Especially the ideal village operation plan, kidnapping the king, pretending to be the king and destroying the town. Providing weapons to the rebel army. The perfect plan used both sides of the battle almost like chess pieces in their hands. The strategy circled round after round, using the opponent's power to the point of no return. Just Sand. Crocodile, when dealing with Whitebeard, came alone on horseback, seemingly completely disdainful of using so-called tricks. Perhaps it was because Whitebeard had the strength to sweep away all schemes and intrigues. All schemes in the face of absolute strength were like paper tigers that could not withstand a single blow. Maybe it's because of the sand. Crocodile itself has some reasons. Hiccup. At this moment, the drunken sleeping golden lion Shiki suddenly woke up in a daze, burping. He waved his unbearably messy long golden hair. He personally touched the top of his head. And only then did the golden lion remember that the fatal rudder on top of his head had been cut off by Whitebeard during the decisive battle between Huang Jincheng and Whitebeard. His hazy eyes suddenly saw sand. Crocodile said drunkenly, "Little girl, you're also here to find trouble with Whitebeard's father, huh? In the era when we roamed the sea. You're probably still playing with Grandpa." Hiccup. Sand. Crocodile glared at Golden Lion Shiki. You also submitted to Whitebeard. And you still dare to say anything about dominating the sea. Submit? No, I'm not submitting. I want to rise to the top, follow Whitebeard, and shake this world to the core. This turbulent land will still be our era. Huh. Kim Su-tu just said nonsense. Suddenly, his eyes shot out a ray of light. Little slug. Let me take you back to play around. Don't come and show off in front of our Whitebeard pirates. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Shiki the Lion King's facial expression changed the fastest in history. Just feeling dizzy. He suddenly pressed his hands down to the ground. Lion's Might. Earth Scroll. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the entire ground shook, as if violently vibrating, emitting a deafening rumbling sound. Boom boom boom. Amidst the rumbling sound, the ground suddenly revealed huge lion heads. These huge lion heads made of rock and soil once appeared. immediately covered the sky with a terrifying momentum, like dark clouds pressing down on a city wall, wanting to unleash a huge pressure, carrying terrifying destructive power. Pressing down on the sand all at once. Crocodile. Clack knock ha ha ha. Faced with such a terrifying and surging lion's might. Earth scroll, sand. Crocodile was not afraid at all. The cloak on his body fluttered without wind, sand. Crocodile suddenly pressed a hand against the ground. Reincarnation encroachment. Boom boom boom. According to the sand. Crocodile sand fruit's ability was displayed. The Earth's layer suddenly used lightning speed, rapidly cracking. Each bottomless crack appeared at the same time. The Earth's layer instantly withered. That soil and rock all turned into dust. The entire extremely spacious square completely turned into a desert. Wild desert flying destruction. Boom boom boom. Sandstorm after sandstorm. From the desert ground shot up high, against the pressure of a giant lion next to it. Let's turn it into a desert. Sand. Crocodile from Nobunaga laughed. The sky fought against the treasure sand and lion head, suddenly emitted a world-shaking rumble. The entire ground continuously shook. Gulp gulp. At this place where the speed of light was at, a loud snoring sound was heard. Follow. Everyone is stunned. Even the originally high fighting spirit sand. Crocodile. Could not help but become stunned. The cigar in his mouth was all over the ground. Again, at this time, sleeping. Too contemptuous of people. Too contemptuous of people. Again at this level in combat sleep. Boom. All the berserkers were suddenly corroded by the sandstorm, sucked dry and hydrolyzed, and turned into wild sand. Wild sand poured down from the sky, scattering sand. Crocodile's face was full. The fierce battle had just begun, when the golden lion fell asleep for the second time, and even started snoring. Which made Sand Crocodile's expression extremely unsightly. Look down on people. It is really not good to underestimate people. I heard you want to take off my head? Whitebeard passed Patrick. Redfield, a giant-like figure, appeared on the sand. Crocodile beside him. Even the straw hat who just came out of the sea couldn't beat him. What do you have to take my head? Little smoker. Pick up your cigarette butts first. Sand. Crocodile raised his head, looked up at Whitebeard's giant body. The corner of his mouth twitched, fiercely gritted out each word, two alone, clearly. Chaos, death. You're so cute. Whitebeard laughed. If you want to fight, you have to be prepared to welcome death. Boom. Whitebeard strikes. Very determined. There is no sign. There is no beauty. Simple, brutal, and absolutely domineering punch. This punch was fierce and domineering. The fist swung up, and the vortex of energy roared violently. Each vortex of energy was like a wild snake dancing wildly. Knock knock ha ha ha. Sand. Crocodile was already on guard, as Whitebeard waved his fist in the blink of an eye. His right hand covered in poisonous golden hook suddenly swung out, facing Whitebeard. Whitebeard to the sand. Crocodile, this golden hook contains deadly poison. Once corroded. If not treated promptly, in mild cases the whole body will become numb, gradually leading to death. In severe cases the body will become paralyzed on the spot, and one will die unjustly. Maybe Whitebeard was not moved at all. That fierce and domineering punch, like opening heaven and earth, carried with it an invincible, unstoppable, unprecedented momentum. Suddenly smashing towards the sand. Crocodile. Seeing Whitebeard's confident expression, sand. Crocodile's mouth corners revealed a curve. Others didn't know that his golden hook was extremely poisonous. He was the most clear. He had the confidence to decide, even if it was Whitebeard's level of expert. Once he was added to his body with his deadly poison, they would definitely become slow in their movements, and then the deadly poison would deepen, causing Whitebeard's body to appear sluggish. Even numb. So first, sand. Crocodile immediately occupies the absolute advantage. Sand. Crocodile curled his lips, extremely confident. This straight hook exploded Whitebeard's fist. Without any surprise, Whitebeard's fierce and domineering fist and the sand. Crocodile's golden hook were hard to swallow together. Clank. Like a huge iron and steel machine. Suddenly a deafening sound rang out due to a violent collision. It seemed like thunder and lightning exploded right next to everyone's ears, making their eardrums hurt. The air seemed to vibrate and roll backwards, stirring up countless wild sands. In an instant, the gale howled, and the wild sands were destroyed, rising up like a sandstorm. Whitebeard punched the sand. On the golden hook of Crocodile, sand had yet to appear. Crocodile imagined the scene. In this flash, the corner of Sand Crocodile's mouth suddenly stiffened. His entire body instantly felt numb, his back turned cold, and his eyes shot out a round of shock. "No way!" Sand Crocodile shouted loudly, suddenly in the middle of the rapid retreat. Exactly. Whitebeard's fierce and domineering strength had already been completely poured out, like Mount Tai pressing down on the peak. All of his fierce and domineering strength was poured out. Taking the sand. Crocodile's golden hook was the new point, completely pouring out onto the sand. Crocodile's body only saw Whitebeard fist, instantly sand. Crocodile whole person entered into the underground layer. Sand. Crocodile was forced into the inner layer. In an instant, the Earth's layer shattered. The sky full of wild sand was shaken up. The deeper layers of the Earth's layer, countless rocks exploded, shooting out in all directions. This piece of rubble was like a bullet exploding and shooting out, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing screech. With Whitebeard's fist as the center, a several meter deep, more than 10-meter deep huge hole appeared. The geological layer is also appearing densely covered with cracks. Sand. Crocodile was like a son being beaten by his father, and was directly punched into the ground by Whitebeard. Wow, wow, wow. Not long after, 2 front teeth were missing. Crocodile, mouth spitting sand crazily, crawled out from the underground layer. His whole body was in a mess. His eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. He looked at Whitebeard, horrified, and said, "Why are you infected with the deadly poison?" 0.9. Incredible. Unable to accept. Sand. Crocodile's sharp weapon has always been without any disadvantages. Today, it fell on Whitebeard's place. It was clearly a head-on confrontation. In the past, if it had been like this, the opponent would have definitely been poisoned on the spot. That's right, Whitebeard is safe and sound. Hearing what Crocodile said, the surrounding group of captains were suddenly shocked. They suddenly knew why their father was not infected with the deadly poison. It was because they thought of the scene before the lightning strike. Marco looked towards the sand. Crocodile. Instead of saying, "Father's body is the body of a god and demon that has undergone the lightning tribulation. It's just poison, how could it hurt? Through the thunder tribulation? What does this mean?" Sand. Crocodile did not know why. Marco, what nonsense are you talking about? You probably don't understand what is called thunder tribulation. Simply put, Father's body is to bring about the thunder from the sky, to help Father's baptism, to strengthen his body. Father's current body is already extremely powerful. The body of 100 poisons invulnerable divine demon. Marco said proudly. Whitebeard's father's body is no longer the sick body that needed to be hospitalized a year ago. But it is the extremely powerful divine demon body. This is the thing that the entire Whitebeard pirates are most proud of. Finally, no need to worry about Whitebeard's father's health problems. This is also why the team leader's mood is so good. Even the usually calm and composed team leader has become lively recently. Father's health problems are finally completely resolved. Marco speaks clearly. Can Sand. Crocodile is just vague. Don't joke. Lightning strikes down from the sky. How come you don't catch him and beat him to death? Lightning baptism strengthens the body? Are you Whitebeard Pirates 13 all idiots? Sand. Crocodile snorted. He thought Marco was deliberately teasing him. That's why he would say that. Before, there was Shiki the golden lion who ignored his attack and directly snored and fell asleep. Now, there was Marco who treated him like an idiot and said that lightning tribulation could strengthen the physical body. This was truly humiliating to him. Crocodile. You can choose not to believe it. Marco said indifferently, a stupid plant like you, in this new world of Yang, won't live long. Huh. Sand. Crocodile coldly snorted. The sandstorm in his palm violently threw towards Marco. If you want to fight, today we will have a battle. Oh, oh, oh. In a moment, a raging wind howled, and the sky was filled with violent and destructive sand and dust. Huge amounts of sand and dust violently rolled towards Marco. With this amount of power, there's no need for Father to make a move. I alone am enough to kill you. Still thinking of plotting against Father? What a foolish idea. George Diamond never knows when to attack. His whole body was covered with a transparent and bright diamond. Each piece of transparent diamond, flashing a dazzling light, the attack and defense became one diamond. George was like a ferocious beast. In the rumbling sound, pulled out a long trail of dust, sweeping across. Shine. Hit. Again directly passed through that raging sandstorm. Even that sandstorm, after being penetrated, directly dissipated open. Winter. Sand. Crocodile hurriedly used both hands to catch it. The golden hook and another hand were brought horizontally in front of him. The result was still blown away by George. Pfft. Accompanied by the sky full of sand and dust flying back into the sand. Crocodile suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood, armed hockey. Just now. George not only covered his body with diamonds, but also used armament hockey to hover over it. It was considered a Logia-type devil with sand powers. Crocodile, being fiercely attacked by George like a ferocious beast, suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The tall Whitebeard stood there, his head bowed as he looked at the sand. Crocodile, his white, crescent-shaped beard raised, revealing a smile. Little devil of the sand, you're not really looking for death, are you? If that's the case, don't blame me for being too overbearing with my saber. I'll cut off your head. Knock knock, ha ha ha. Sand. Crocodile crawled up from the ground from afar, the corner of his lips curled up in blood, but there was not a trace of fear on his face. I'm afraid I won't be able to find you. Whitebeard, I can't wait to take your head off. La 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 la. Whitebeard looked at the sand. Crocodile heartily laughed and said, seeing your courage, I will give you a way to live, my children. Take on the responsibility of choosing one. Defeat anyone, I will leave you a way to live, otherwise I will twist your head off. I also won't beg you for sympathy. Sand. Crocodile on the face scar is extremely ferocious. Let the blood is even more added to a scene of madness. Whitebeard, you and I have a proper fight. Whoever wins, the head will belong to that person. Heard Sand. Crocodile, this sound a decent fight. Not far away, Patrick. Redfield body suddenly trembled. The corner of the mouth involuntarily pulled up. A decent fight. I'm afraid you will despair. You want to die? Then don't expect me to show mercy. Boom. Whitebeard strikes. The blade was like a pitch-black abyss, extremely violently slashing towards the sand. Crocodile, armament hockey swirling around the blade, domineeringly slashing down sand. Crocodile only had one path to death. In this flash, sand. Crocodile's face turned pale. Kill. Maybe he has no choice but to back down. Coming to this place. Already had the mindset of having to die. Whitebeard. I want your head. Sand. Crocodile let out a long scream, not retreating but advancing, not caring at all about his own danger. He wanted to risk his life to kill. You have this little ability. Go cultivate for another 50 years. With a furious roar, the saber swung horizontally and swept across the sky, directly slashing at the sand. Crocodile's body, still wanting to struggle and rush back into the sand. Crocodile. In a flash of despair. This overbearing saber, even if it was casually swung by Whitebeard, its terrifying power far surpassed sand. Crocodile imagined, why does Whitebeard possess such terrifying power? In that instant, sand. Crocodile only had one such question. Whitebeard then casually used a blow, displaying his strength, crossing the sand. Crocodile recognized Whitebeard. At this moment, sand. Crocodile even began to believe Marco's so-called thunder tribulation strengthening god-demon body, saying, if it wasn't a god or demon body, how could it possess such enormous and terrifying power? It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. All is not enough to explain. Whitebeard casually slashed 737 times. The blade's momentum revealed a peerlessly domineering slash, directly bringing down the rushing sand. Crocodile slashed down, instantly hitting the ground layer. Just a moment. The saber carried sand. Crocodile slashed at the ground, using the saber as the center. Countless rocks and soil exploded, shooting out. In a moment, rocks and soil flew all over the sky, emitting terrifying, sharp screeching sounds. A huge deep pit was formed at once. Drunk, Kim Soo-tu suddenly sat up in shock, eyes wide open, looking at the knife below the deep pit. Mouth sprang the smell of alcohol as he said, dead. One side of Burndy World also stood up, muttering, die. Whitebeard said indifferently, his ship is here. Patrick. Redfield heard the two words, ship doctor. Suddenly his whole body trembled, his back turned cold, his scalp numb. He was terrified and said, Whitebeard is crazy. The boat quickly and slowly moved forward from the deep hole, pushing the sand out. Crocodile checked it, raised his head and reported to Whitebeard, Father. I'm running out of air. Burndy World widened his eyes. What do you mean? You're the one who has no breath left. The boatman was stunned, then suddenly blushed and explained, I didn't say father, I said sand. Crocodile was out of breath. Shiki the golden lion waved his hand and said, if you want to die, then die. Throw yourself into the ocean and be fish food. Whitebeard nodded. Throw it into the ocean. To the Sea King. Patrick. Redfield's whole body trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face. The ship received Whitebeard's instructions, dragging the already dying sand with difficulty to prolong its life. Crocodile, heading towards the shore, really wanted to throw such a heroic and ordinary character into the great ocean. The Sea King type really made people unable to hold back a sigh. The boatman couldn't help but shake his head, secretly clucking, even though this person is arrogant, he dares to come find father to fight one-on-one, to have a proper fight. You are completely not father's opponent. Muttering. The boatman couldn't help but think to himself, sand. This crocodile, what grudge does he have with his father? Why does he still not forget his father? The battle was at its peak. And now it was like this, seeking death in this manner. Perhaps it wasn't a wise move. Even if there was really a grudge, he couldn't just accept death in this manner, right? The boatman shook his head while pulling sand. Crocodile walked forward, almost reaching the shore, when he encountered a person. A muscular man with an expressionless face. The boatman was stunned, raised his head and said, You're sand. Crocodile's comrade. The person blocking the way to turn around was Sir Crocodile's only subordinate, Mr. Wondaz. Bones. What do you think of the editor-in-chief? Although the ship doctor was a doctor, he was also a pirate who had experienced the storms of the sea. To Mr. Wondaz. Bones is questioning. He was completely fine. He shrugged and threw Sir Crocodile in his hand at Mr. Wondaz. Bones. Captain, no, your editor-in-chief still has some anger left. I didn't save him anyway. Even though his father told me to throw him into the sea, he's a Sea King. If you want his body, take it. Then came Sir Crocodile, Mr. Wondaz. Bones' whole body shook. Editor-in-chief dead? Before coming, Mr. Wondaz. Bones had desperately tried to persuade Sir Crocodile, but the latter didn't listen to him at all, saying that he wanted to take Whitebeard's head-on, and wouldn't even let Mr. Wondaz. Bones come along. Mr. Wondaz. Bones was stunned. The boatman shrugged, turned around and returned. Mr. Wondaz. Bones looked down at the remaining strength of the sand. Crocodile, you still haven't finished your dream. Just leave it to me to complete it for you, if I die. You and I will be buried together in this new world sea, densely crisscrossed with cracks in the square next door. The boatman returned to Whitebeard's side and reported. I met a subordinate of Sir Crocodile. I brought the body to him. Whitebeard nodded, no problem. Suddenly, Whitebeard looked towards Patrick, who was retreating to the side. Redfield, who was swept over by Whitebeard's tyrannical gaze, suddenly trembled all over. Patrick. Redfield took half a step back. The arrogant and regal air on his body had long since been completely exhausted after Whitebeard's many terrifying tortures. Whitebeard, how the hell did you manage to betray me? Before, when Whitebeard was dealing with Sir Crocodile, Patrick. Redfield actually looked for a chance to escape, but was stared at by the team leader and couldn't find a single chance. The boatman returned, and Patrick Redfield could not help but shiver. Huh. He wanted to kill Patrick. Redfield Whitebeard, suddenly stunned for a moment. Killing this person really seemed like it was better to take him in as a subordinate. Whitebeard held the blade, looking towards Patrick. Redfield, be my son. I will give you a way to live. Many of the team leaders were stunned for a moment. Dad really wants to forgive Patrick. Redfield? Patrick. Redfield took a deep breath. Whitebeard, don't joke. I'd rather you kill me. Ship doctor, prepare the medicine chest. Whitebeard didn't say a word and slashed his sword towards Patrick. Redfield. Patrick. Redfield's pupils constricted, and he quickly waved his hand and shouted, no, no, no. Boom. Patrick. Redfield, kneel. This time I sincerely kneel. He was a legendary pirate of his time, but today he was extremely frightened by Whitebeard's torture. Be my son. Be loyal to me. Follow me and shake this world to the core. Follow me and we will revive this world. Whitebeard brandished his sword, his spirit rising. I will let you become my subordinate, and write this era together with the Whitebeard pirates. Let's write this era. What kind of eloquent words is this? This is not Patrick. Redfield's dream. Patrick. Redfield was momentarily overwhelmed by Whitebeard's heroic spirit. I join the Whitebeard pirates. I wish to become one of Whitebeard's subordinates. Whitebeard nodded. Okay. The already sobered-up Golden Lion, King Good, Shiki interjected. Why not join the team? I also don't like waiting together with a dark vampire. Patrick. Redfield glared at Golden Lion with no less force. I also don't like to wait with an arrogant long-haired lion. Ha 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 ha. Shiki the Lion and Patrick Redfield argued, causing a group of team leaders to laugh loudly. Pedal, 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 pedal. Just at this moment, heavy footsteps were heard. Everyone turned their heads in a flurry, looking in the direction the sound came from. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Heavy footsteps came. Only saw Mr. Wondaz. Bones carrying soft sand. Crocodile. Stomping heavily, step by step walked forward. The boatman turned his head to look at Whitebeard, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. Whitebeard waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. The world recognizes the strongest man, Whitebeard. Mr. Wondaz. Bones solemnly placed Sir Crocodile on a pair of sand, which was a layer of sand that Sir Crocodile had turned into a wild sand. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Whitebeard seriously. Actually, at the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. My intention was to challenge you. It's just that at that time, because of the editor-in-chief's reasons, he didn't let me challenge you, so in the end I chose Hawkeye Myhawk. Huh? Whitebeard did not look down on this rookie who endured Myhawk's eagle-eyed slash and still stubbornly survived. To me, you are truly too weak. Nature. Mr. Wondaz. Bones couldn't help but nod. He raised his head, looking at the tall and handsome Whitebeard. His whole body was like a sharp sword thrust high. His aura was extraordinary. His body was straight 223. No matter how humble a person is, as long as they have determination, they can challenge the world's #1. In the heart of a man, there must be a burning dream. Even if they have to endure every day, they can't give up and stand up to challenge. Every day they want to laugh and live on. As long as they have the courage to challenge the impossible. No matter what kind of life is heaven. This is an unprecedented kind of courage. After finishing this paragraph, Mr. Wondaz. Bones's entire aura changed. Don't dare to despise people. The editor-in-chief still hasn't finished his dream. Let me chase after him for him. Even if it means trading my life. I want to take down Whitebeard. Your head. Mr. Wondaz. Bones's aura was resounding. His two hands turned into sharp swords. His body also turned into sharp swords. His entire person seemed like an unprecedented sharp sword. Slashing plate is indeed an ability user, a swordsman. Whitebeard revealed an admiring gaze and couldn't help but nod. The blade in his hand made a loud bang. Transforming into a whole body of raging flames, Whitebeard solemnly said, since that's the case, out of respect for your determination to die, I will do my best to deal with it. You might die. Treat it seriously. Thank you, Mr. Wondaz. Bones simply 4 words to show his determination to die. Retired. Mr. Wondaz. Bones' entire body rapidly rushed forward. In the air left a trace. Mr. Wondaz. Bones quickly slashed towards Whitebeard beside him. Whitebeard's face did not change color. In a flash, he swung out a knife. In a flash, armament hockey swirled above it. Burning fruit divine fire. Shiranui is on fire. Infinitely domineering slash strike. It's no exaggeration to say that this is Whitebeard's strongest slash. This slashed out a knife. The air distorted and transformed. It happened so fast, Mr. Wondaz. Bones quickly slashed forward. In this instant, Everything seemed to stop, and all the places with sounds became quiet. Pfft. Under the influence of inertia, Mr. Wondaz. Bones had already rushed past Whitebeard. His entire body rapidly shot up to midair, stopping in midair for a moment. Following that, the blood on Mr. Wondaz. Bones' body, like a bright blood-colored smoke and fire, crazily sprayed out. Pedal. Mr. Wondaz. Bones fell straight to the ground, calf, his two legs firmly standing on the ground. Determined to support his body, not letting his body fall down. Indeed. The gap is so big that it can't be compensated. Mr. Wondaz. Bones' mouth corners revealed a curve. Not in pain and sorrow, but in honor of fighting with Whitebeard, the world's #1 powerhouse, to die at Whitebeard's hands for the rest of my life. I will be unlucky and ashamed. Everyone saw Mr. Wondaz. Bones' arrogant and resilient appearance and couldn't help but admire him. Very brave. According to Kim Soo-Too's words, this newcomer has really hard bones. Without immediate death, your vitality is enough to look down on most newcomers. Whitebeard held his sword in his hand, looked at Mr. Wondaz. Bones and calmly said, "Still wanna die, Mr. Wondaz." Bones looked towards Sir Crocodile before dying, unable to fulfill the editor-in-chief's dream. There is still a huge gap that cannot be filled. You and the desert crocodile are not dead yet. Hip-hop. But at this moment, a strange yin and yang sound was heard. Follow. Everyone saw a super giant purple head appear. Under the surface like a small mountain is an extremely irregular pointed compass body, wearing an even more flashy and strange outfit. The person who came was the King Okama Imperio. Ivankov. Ivankov grinned and applied giant stick lipstick all over his lips. Hip-hop. Whitebeard. Long time no see. The farewell summit war, in the blink of an eye more than a year has passed. Congratulations on your resurrection. Seeing this strange Okama king, many of the group captains simultaneously revealed looks of surprise. Whitebeard's eyelids jumped, looking towards Ivankov. You have to save those two? Ivankov is the queen of Karma Baza Kingdom. It is said that her medical skills are excellent. She once treated people who were thought to be incurable by doctors. She saved the country from near death and left behind the legend of salvation as the strongest king in history. Of course we can't let the desert crocodile die. Ivankov's expression in front of Whitebeard was relatively calm. I believe that after you know the truth, you also don't want the desert crocodile to die. Hip-hop. The truth? What is the truth? A group of captains' suspicious eyes fell on Ivankov's huge face. Whitebeard was reborn, except for physical skills and abilities, he did not inherit his soul. So he did not know the so-called truth regarding Sir Crocodile. At this moment, everyone's eyes almost simultaneously condensed on King Okama Ivankov's face, because his face was really too big. Faced with a group of people's suspicious gazes, Ivankov pretended not to hear. Why don't you wait until I save the desert crocodile, and then tell me the truth? On the other side, Mr. Wondaz. Bones also appeared at Ivankov. Later, he fell into a coma. On his body was a straight and shiny slash wound. Skin and flesh were torn. White bones were exposed. Extremely shocking. Ivankov glanced at Mr. Wondaz. Bones and muttered, "This boy seems to be temporarily dead. Let's save the desert crocodile first." A huge, strange face came to the side of Sir Crocodile's body not far from the ground. The injury is very serious. Whitebeard indicated that his ship would come over to help. The boatman hurriedly walked over and said to Ivankov, "Of course, based on my many years of experience, this matter is almost impossible to save." He was able to endure Whitebeard's father's 2 serious blows. He was beaten to the ground twice. The boatman pointed to the 2 deep pits over there and said to Ivankov, "You see, under that level of destructive force, no matter how stubborn a life is, there's no way it can survive." The boat doctor said one point correctly. Ivankov looked at the 2 huge deep pits in the distance and couldn't help but click his tongue, admiring Whitebeard's powerful destructive power. He reached out his hand. "You help the desert crocodile up, put it horizontally, open a button on her clothes, the rest, leave it to me. Can it really be saved?" The boatman was surprised, but still followed Ivankov's words and put Sir Crocodile aside. Of course it is possible to save lives. It's just that the price is to give up one's lifespan. Ivankov's expression became serious, no longer the happy and cheerful expression. When it came to medicine, he seemed to have changed into a very serious and responsible doctor. As Ivankov's voice fell, I saw my two hands' finger armor suddenly lengthen. Almost in the blink of an eye, it became several exaggerated lengths, just like a very long needle. Poof! Ivankov took 10 extremely long fingernails and simultaneously stabbed them into Sir Crocodile's body in Imberio. Hormone treatment. A strange hormone force rapidly appeared in Sir Crocodile's body, continuously healing the injured area in a strange way. That simple. The boatman stared at Sir Crocodile. Seeing that he didn't seem to have much reaction, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. He knew that he shouldn't say much at this time, so he could only think to himself, before. He still had some strength left, but now, he's completely exhausted. Maybe, the next second, a scene appeared. Everyone couldn't help but become eyes shining. Only saw Sir Crocodile's originally almost completely exhausted finger, very clearly moved. After a long while, Ivankov pulled out his middle finger, my hands returned to normal. Beads of sweat appeared on my forehead. I wiped the sweat. The consumption is a bit exaggerated. I hope the desert crocodile is fine. Hormones are truly miraculous. Coupled with Ivankov's own brilliant medical skills, in the hands of hormones his abilities are truly refined. Following, Ivankov used the same method to cure Mr. Wondaz. Bones. Why are you still not awake? Fresh flower bridge. Ivankov took the huge sheet of paper and walked to Sir Crocodile's side, saying strangely, it's clearly breathing. It hasn't woken up yet? Oh wow! On the other side, Mr. Wondaz. Bones suddenly let out a delirious sound. Suddenly regaining consciousness, he raised his head to look at everyone. His eyes revealing extreme disbelief and fear. I came back to life? Following Daz. Bones' eyes fell on Ivankov. Following his smooth gaze, he saw under Ivankov, under his face, Sir Crocodile. And was instantly shocked. The editor-in-chief can be resurrected? Joachim Vista muttered. Strange, the flesh and skin are all torn away from the sword. They are all revived. But Sir Crocodile is still not revived. Daz. Bones widened his eyes, editor-in-chief. Hop. I finally know the key point. Suddenly, Ivankov let out a startled cry. This time I was startled and then roared. On the contrary, the crowd was startled, only to see Ivankov raise his hand again. 10 fingers and nails crazily grew out, blew a puff. Simultaneously inserted into Sir Crocodile's body in Imberio. Female hormone. Like hormones? Surely there is no mistake. A crowd of people were stunned. Daz. Bones struggled to stand up, exclaiming, why did you give the editor-in-chief an injection? Before he could finish speaking, he saw the Sir Crocodile, who was unable to wake up, undergo a shocking transformation in the moment he was injected with the female hormone. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes and mouths wide open as they looked at the transformation within Sir Crocodile, only to see Sir Crocodile's originally rough and crazy appearance, with extremely exaggerated speed, undergo a change. On the face, on the body, almost visible skin, simultaneously became shiny as if clean, as if one could squeeze out water-like smoothness and clarity. The face is even more shocking change. The face of the deceased became pure and shiny, his chin also changed into a pointed melon chin, a bright smile on his face, revealed in everyone's sight. A group of people were stunned. In front of Sir Crocodile, there was clearly an obvious beauty. Moreover, it is also the peerless, fair-skinned beauty that grew up in Tran. 713. A group of people opened their mouths wide. Each one of them seemed like they could swallow a raw egg. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had been struck by lightning. Extremely terrified. The most terrifying person, no one is better than Daz. Bones, his absolutely loyal editor-in-chief, is also a woman. What in this world is more absurd than this love story? The crowd was stunned. On the spot, except for Ivankov, I'm afraid that the most calm Whitebeard, after reading the original text, had indeed gone with the group of friends in the article, discussing Sir Crocodile. Regarding Sir Crocodile's 2 questions, first, why was the bounty so low? Second, was he male or female? Having prepared himself mentally, when he saw Sir Crocodile transform back into a woman, Whitebeard wouldn't be so surprised. Just a little surprised. He didn't expect Sir Crocodile's female body to be a great beauty. The graceful figure of the sand girl. Crocodile, foolishly awakened. Leading to his eyelids was an extremely large and strange big face, instantly giving her a startle. Waiting to see Ivankov clearly then, Sir Crocodile then sighed more. Why are you here? Ivankov completely ignored Sir Crocodile's question, but raised his head with a face full of excitement and said with a smile, a desert crocodile girl is so good-looking. Hip-hop. Perfect masterpiece. Ivankov is a female hormone, not a sex changer, but can restore the original sex. Sir Crocodile is like that. Hearing Ivankov's inexplicable words, Sand Crocodile shook violently, his eyebrows furrowed. What should have been indignation could be seen in everyone's eyes, like a beautiful nightingale jumping up. Matching the anger on his smiling face, even anger moved such a person. Sand Crocodile suddenly stretched out both hands, his eyes swept over. Following, her whole body was stunned. Only to see her two slender arms were clear, although one hand was still in the golden hook, but the other arm was like a lotus, pure white and shiny. Sand Crocodile was completely unable to accept this reality and suddenly screamed. Desert Crocodile girl, your beauty is really too outstanding. Hip-hop King Okama Ivankov laughed. Gesticulating with both hands, his body also followed suit and switched to a ballet pose. Perfect. Extremely perfect. You bastard. Sand Crocodile roared angrily at Ivankov. The golden hook in his hand suddenly hit Ivankov. Hateful human. How dare you treat me like this? Ivankov did not dodge at all. Hip-hop. Your poison is of no use to me. Have you forgotten? Urara. Suddenly, a gale arose. The originally bright moon and sparse stars in the sky were also covered by a layer of dark clouds, a sign of storms and strong winds coming. We should go. Hip-hop. Ivankov Hip-hop left the island. I seem to have forgotten to entrust something, the so-called truth. What is it? Before he finished speaking, he hurriedly left this place. We should go too. Whitebeard raised his head to look at the sky, took the lead and turned to walk towards the dock of the boats. Children, we should act. Wait. Sand Crocodile blocked Whitebeard's path, coquettishly roared, angrily shouting, Whitebeard. Did you call King Okama Ivankov here? White. The saber in Whitebeard's hand suddenly fell, aiming straight at the sand. Crocodile's delicate and straight nose pointed. Why did King Okama appear? You can chase after me and ask me yourself. Don't get in my way. I won't treat you with pity just because you're a woman. Daz. Bones walked forward, unnaturally saying, Sue. That King Okama, I will go forward myself. Save my life. Sand. Crocodile was silent for a moment. I should go. Daz. Bones suddenly said. He didn't look at Sir Crocodile, resolutely turned around. I will finally call you editor-in-chief. Baroque organization, today completely not. I should also pursue my dream. I will become strong all the way then. Challenge the strongest person in this world. Daz. Bones leaves. Without any hesitation. Whitebeard brought the team leader along and also headed towards the dock. Sand. Crocodile was left alone. The wind blew her coat, fluttering. Her figure was as strong as a man's, quite a proud posture, looking at the departing Whitebeard pirates. Sand. Crocodile suddenly conceded, Whitebeard, this old man's cigar. Walking in front of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone turned their heads and looked towards the arrogant figure of the Sandman. Crocodile. Marco frowned and corrected, Sir Crocodile. You should say, old lady. Joaquim Vista rolled her eyes and looked at Marco. When did you learn to joke? Diamond George's face was full of confusion. She should have said, old lady. The other end of the sand. Crocodile, a smiling face, is also about to turn red. Now Sand. Crocodile, also very not have this habit, is extremely long not return to the body of a girl. Very unnatural, no matter the behavior expression or psychological state, she still habitually consider herself as the previous him. And her just that sentence, just want to find a ladder. To step on Whitebeard. Whitebeard did not turn his head, his back facing the sand. Crocodile, if you think about it, then go yourself, it will be a loss of face. The Whitebeard pirates may not welcome it. A sentence was stabbed into Whitebeard's heart. Sand. Crocodile stopped 810 and turned his head away. Her pride did not allow her to be so arbitrary, but right now, not only did she have to turn back into a girl, but everyone else was also away from her, except for the Whitebeard pirates. She really could not think of a second place to go, moreover. Deep in her heart, there was still a secret. Thinking of this secret, Sand. Crocodile couldn't help but curse in his heart, hateful Whitebeard, knowing that secret. Not taking the initiative to admit it, but still had to intentionally make himself uncomfortable. This was clearly intentionally pretending to be deaf and dumb. Wanting to make himself bow his head and admit his mistake. Just Sand. How would Crocodile know? Whitebeard in front of him didn't know about those secrets related to her at all. It was completely a misunderstanding of Whitebeard. Misunderstanding is a misunderstanding, a girl's body. Crocodile, after a long time of inner turmoil, still chose to take the initiative to lower his head, letting go of her arrogance. I voluntarily joined the Whitebeard pirates. Huh? A group of team leaders on the contrary very unexpectedly glanced at Sand. Carved BGDJ, Kuro doll. Whitebeard said nothing, but turned his head, his eyes falling on the sand. Crocodile on his body. As Whitebeard's gaze fell, Sand. Crocodile felt an invisible pressure, an inexplicable pressure, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He couldn't help but say, Whitebeard. Father. Noisy. A group of group leaders couldn't help but be in an uproar. Just now, Crocodile's face was full of arrogance. But because of his father's glance, he would lower his head arrogantly. Sand. Crocodile's charming figure, with convex and concave features, especially that smooth and pure white skin, is even more beautiful and shiny. Surely naturally charming, this word is used to describe the Sand. Crocodile in front of him. Father, Sand. How many teams is it suitable for Crocodile to join? I feel we can let her join the team. Once King Kin descended to the 7 Warlord Sea, the captains hurriedly expressed their opinions. Sand. Crocodile also couldn't help but look towards Whitebeard. She had heard before, the Whitebeard pirates were under the banner of several legendary figures. This was a kind of honor. The captains suggested that she join the squadron, which was a form of approval and praise for her. Whitebeard just shook his head, coldly saying, Your strength is really too weak. I'll let you go to the 16th squadron. What? Sand. Crocodile stared at the beautiful eyes, her face full of dissatisfaction. She originally thought Whitebeard father would let her join the squadron, if not enough. He would also give her a squadron captain. Maybe. The result was that she was sent to the 16th team to be a member. What? Not convinced. Whitebeard lowered his head, looking down at the Sand. Crocodile. Sand. Crocodile was silent, not showing any emotion at all, and couldn't help but think, did Whitebeard really forget that secret? Kim Soo too opened his mouth. Joining the Whitebeard pirates, first of all, absolutely obey Whitebeard's father's orders. If you can't do it, then get lost. As crazy as Kim Soo too was. Once he chose to join the Whitebeard pirates, he was also extremely determined to absolutely obey Whitebeard's orders and obey them. Humph. Sand. Crocodile's soft body trembled slightly. The blue waves in front of him stirred. Although he was not convinced in his heart, he did not say much, as long as in the future battles, he used his absolute strength to prove himself. He would naturally be able to achieve a higher status. I will naturally absolutely obey Captain's orders. Absolutely obey the Captain's orders, even if it means risking my life. I will not hesitate. This is the most important rule that every pirate crew must follow. Let's go, Beast Pirates. Whitebeard carried a huge sword, tall and strong. Leading the way towards the pirate ship, follow me. Kill the Beast's pirates. Protect Adam. It must be my Whitebeard pirates. Take Immortal Bird Marco as the original team leader. Together with Shiki the Golden Lion, Burndy World, Patrick, Redfield, Sand, Crocodile and a group of strong people, they followed Whitebeard's footsteps, headed towards the pirate ship, and set off towards the Beast's pirates base. A great war that shook the world is about to completely break out in the new world. This is the Whitebeard pirates, taking the initiative to attack for the first time. The target of the attack, from the new world of the 4 emperors, is the strongest creature in the sea and land known as the immortal Kadu, along with his pirate crew, the Beast's pirates. Another thunderstorm, lightning and thunder, heavy rain poured down at night. New World, a famous New World ring-shaped island built on ships. The island is also the place where each island's land trade is concentrated, extremely prosperous and flourishing, because there are navy and city guards protecting it. The people of the city are happy and well off. If there is no change, such a prosperous island's trade is destined to be able to develop further since ancient times. It's just that tonight, several rotations are experiencing an unprecedented and earth-shattering change in history, an extremely tragic and gruesome massacre. The Navy and the island's town guards stationed on the island had no power to resist at all, and were all massacred because their opponents from the new world of the Four Emperors, the immortal Kadu, under the banner of the Beast's pirates. The heavy rain accidentally washed away the corpses on the island. The rainwater surged, dyeing everything red. The smell of blood under Lei Wuji was still strong and pungent. Roar! Boo boo boo! Each furious roar lowered the thunderclap sound. What a ferocious and violent sound! Accompanied by the roars of ferocious beasts, on the island only the shipwrights remained. All of them had their bodies torn apart, their bones not intact, not giving the beast pirates any face at all. How pitiful! A giant beast, mouth speaking human language, a pair of fierce fangs, stained with blood, extremely terrifyingly gloomy. That hateful Whitebeard. Since Joker died, every single evil fruit has become extremely difficult to obtain. If Whitebeard hadn't killed Joker, our beast's pirates would have long since achieved a second development. This shocking massacre was all because of a single Zoan-type demon. The beast pirates wanted to buy that Zoan devil fruit at an extremely low price, but the person who had it did not agree. Moreover, he ran away. He did not want to meet the beast pirates again. As a result, the beast pirates used lightning tactics and, on this cold and rainy night, destroyed the entire small island. This ferocious beast, whose face is unclear, is one of the 3 great disasters under the 100 Beasts pirates. Joker is just Doflamingo. The Beast Pirates have been cooperating with Doflamingo through the underground world, from Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit factory, buying artificial Zoan devil fruit one by one. Moreover, the plan is to achieve about 500 artificial Zoan devil fruit cooperation plan within 2 years. Just the plan was not implemented. Also, because of Whitebeard appeared, it completely ended. Whitebeard completely buries the Beast Pirates' plan to develop a Zoan-type demonic real ability user. Not only that, but at the same time, he also killed the Beast Pirates' Jackdrought. It can be said that currently, the Beast Pirates and Whitebeard have an irreconcilable grudge. The 100 Beasts Pirates base, a huge island that could be called a continent-sized giant island, is an east island that is covered in ice and snow all year round. This is a special island. Only the 100 Beasts Pirates, the powerful Hong Pirates, can freely operate here. Because the entire Beast Pirates, most of the demon fruit ability users, are thick-skinned and fat-fleshed Zoan-type demon fruit. And the captain of the Beast Pirates, the 4 Emperors of Beast Kadu, is the incarnation known as the Invincible Immortal. No fear of extreme cold. Just taking such a special ice and snow land as the pirate base is enough to show that the 100 Beast Pirates are very powerful. Each and every one of the 100 Beast Pirates are not afraid of extreme cold. Like a huge snow mountain, the inside is an extremely huge building. Snore, 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 snore. Each sound was like a thunderclap, an extremely resounding snoring sound, causing the entire building to resonate. This deafening snoring sound, put in the middle of a normal person. The destructive power is absolutely not as small as thunder. Such a thunderous snoring sound, enough to shake and break normal people's eardrums, causing normal people to hear it. Their eardrums bleed. Along with this loud snoring sound, there was a whirlwind of air stirring up. Fresh flower bridge. Bring the architectural object in the item, rub it to make a loud bang-bang sound, fall left and right. In the entire extremely large and spacious building, there was only this one voice. And only one person. An extremely large body that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 Emperors of the Mountains, the King of Beasts, Kadu. Bruce, Bruce, Bruce. A sudden ringing of the phone woke up the sleeping beast Kadu. Kadu opened those big red bell-like eyes, lifted his eyelids, and grabbed the Beast Pirates' phone. His voice like thunder rang out. Who? Captain. It's me. A heavy voice came from the other end of the phone. A Zoan demon has really arrived. This island's strength is too weak. We haven't even harmed a single member. This is really good news. Kadu's breathing immediately had a fierce vortex stirring back and forth, rustling loudly. Bring the devil fruit back. Long. Another phone call came with a report that the beast pirates had won a battle on another island and obtained a devil fruit. Not unique, like because of a devil fruit, but was destroyed by the beast pirates. Happened extremely tragic island tragedy, not just one. In just one day, several different islands experienced catastrophic human tragedies. Before long, Kadu received about 5 phone calls, which showed that 5 different islands were destroyed by the beast's pirates. Kadu was so much bigger than the giants, his body was huge, and he exuded a terrifying aura that captured everyone's heart. At this moment, Kadu was in an extremely good mood, extremely happy. Every single demon was indeed recorded, which meant that their beast pirates had to produce more demonic ability users. Damn it, the Blood Sea is so vast, the 100 beast pirates probably won't care how many people die. Very good. Ever since Whitebeard killed the Joker, every single one of these devils has come from a difficult place. Kadu's voice was like thunder, buzzing, Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. Are you ready to welcome death? The New World's Bloody Island massacre is happening continuously. Such a terrifying event could not be hidden from the world. In almost an extremely short period of time, the entire New World knew about the terrifying actions of the 100 Beasts Pirates. The Beast Pirates fight for the Devil Fruit, crazily destroying each island. Such a bloody and violent, extremely tragic event, like a storm, quickly spread throughout the world. In a moment, a terrifying storm arose in the New World. The whole world is terrified because of that. The Beast Pirates finally revealed their desire to dominate the world. This is the real Beast Pirates. Too terrifying. Every island was completely massacred. 843, every town. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Countless corpses were torn to pieces. Even the ground was dyed red. Great terror. The Beast Pirates. This time, are they really going to conquer the New World, using their peerless terror to shake the entire Grand Line? In this turbulent land, who else can stop the Beast King Kadu's crazy actions? In this vast sea, which pirate crew can resist the Beast Pirates' crazy and terrifying actions? The whole world is in an uproar. Originally gathered Whitebeard pirates, all eyes simultaneously turned to Beast Pirates, because that island that was massacred one by one, corpses everywhere, blood flowing like a river, was really too shocking, giving people a kind of extremely great fear and horror. Maybe, why doesn't the Navy headquarters come forward? Why at this time? When so many islands were being massacred, the world government and the Navy headquarters still choose to remain silent. Before long, a wave of conquest spread throughout the New World. The whole world, everyone, all spoke up, condemning the Navy headquarters. New World Navy headquarters. Boom. Recently, Akainu became more and more angry. After hearing his subordinates report these news of condemnation, his entire face turned black and he violently slapped the chair, smashing it to the ground. For Akainu, it was truly a huge frustration. With great difficulty, the Whitebeard incident was stopped. On one occasion, the Golden Castle was attacked in a shocking battle, causing Akainu to suffer heavy losses. Only after a long time did the Navy's morale finally calm down. Almost made Akainu, this marshal's reputation, go to waste. Also was fiercely shouted at by the world's highest level government authority, the 5 Elders. Akainu is really frustrating to the extreme. The current result is that the Beast Pirates have come out to cause trouble again, destroying several islands. What a great move. Akainu's face turned black from anger. He now wished he could tear Kadu to pieces and make this marshal and the Navy headquarters under his leadership become the target of world conquest. Crazy. Too crazy. Akainu gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could slaughter the Beast Pirates right now. Recently, the major pirate crews, under the strong rise of the Whitebeard pirates, have been quiet. I thought that pirates would not be so arrogant, but I didn't expect that the Beast Pirates would suddenly become so arrogant. Tsuru, who had been quietly advising, attended the headquarters meeting this time. Regarding the 4 Emperors' great event, regardless of whether it is the retired previous generation of Marines or the young Marines of this generation, all must participate. As for speaking up or not speaking up, it depends on the individual. Marshal, should we send troops to suppress the increasingly arrogant Beast Pirates? Sitting at the Lieutenant General's position next to Kobe, he spoke with an honest expression. The person who should have been sitting next to the Lieutenant General was the Navy hero Garp. But after fighting with Whitebeard, although Garp didn't die, he didn't participate in any more Navy operations. Staying at the Navy headquarters, he devoted himself to training two disciples, Kobe and Helmeppo, send troops to suppress the increasingly arrogant beast pirates. Kobe's words, on the contrary, received a lot of young Marines' agreement. Even Smoker, who was smoking a cigar, couldn't help but nod, suppress all those arrogant pirates and send them to impel down. Let them never be able to go out to sea and act arrogantly again. But the previous generation of Marines, each and every one of them revealed a bitter smile. Suppress the beast pirates? Don't joke. The beast pirates are now becoming even more arrogant, isn't it, because they're targeting the powerless Navy to intervene? The Whitebeard incident in the past caused the loss of thousands of Marines, along with the loss of every single one of the Navy's loyal lieutenant generals. Such a huge loss. It will take who knows how long to recover and replenish. Want to suppress the beast pirates? Is it that easy? A group of previous generation Marines couldn't help but look at Akainu in confusion. The meaning that appeared was no more than 0.1. They didn't have any way, could only see how this Marshal Akainu would handle it. This is an extremely difficult, even unsolvable problem. Hateful A. Akainu's inner self was suppressed to the limit. With the current remaining strength of the Navy headquarters, even if Akainu has extraordinary abilities, what can he do? There is no way to say. Do you want to see the arrogant beast pirates go down like that? What makes Akainu even more headache is that he and the Navy headquarters under his leadership must continue to face the condemnation and criticism of everyone in the world. Bearing the enormous pressure, bearing the curses and condemnation of the whole world, Akainu and the Marine headquarters finally chose to remain silent. But the more silent they were, the more intense the condemnation and curses became. Not only that, the beast pirates once again went on a rampage, massacring several islands in a row. Everyone in the island town was massacred to death. This time, it's not because of the devil fruit anymore. No one knows what the beast pirates are up to. So first, the whole world was shocked. The whole of such a large new world, all belonged to panic inside. All islands, all towns, all belong to horror inside. I'm afraid that the beast pirates will come down and massacre the island. The beast pirates are fearless and arrogant. New World, everyone is in crisis and insecurity. The whole world at 14 has people cursing and condemning. Everything became more and more intense, changing uncontrollably. Even the entire Navy headquarters, internally, two completely different sounds appeared. Must send troops, use thunderous methods, and suppress the 100 beasts pirates. This was the voice of a young Marine. They did not care about life or death, as Marines, the honor of not allowing them to watch the 100 beasts pirates act so arrogantly. Compared to them, the previous generation of calm Marines said, the current Navy headquarters' strength is weak, and they cannot attack the beasts pirates in large numbers. They can only endure. Right after that, at the Marine headquarters, a situation appeared that made Akainu look black. Navy headquarters internal serious division. Too short differentiation. Even the many Marines all thought that if this new Marshal Akainu didn't do it, Akainu was not even 10% better than Marshal Sengoku Uehara. The Whitebeard siege, the largest military operation in history, became the most disastrous event in the history of the Navy. Re-entering the Navy in history is not an honor, but a disgrace. In a moment, Akainu's reputation at the Marine headquarters fell to freezing point. Even many Marines began to condemn this marshal. As the events became more and more intense, Akainu once again became the only target of the Marines' condemnation. This made Akainu furious. Unfortunately, his thunder was not able to stop that group of daring young Marines. The outside world was already in full swing. Why are the beast pirates so arrogant and domineering? Destroying islands one after another. Extremely tragic, killing everyone on the island, leaving no survivors. Is the beast pirates trying to show off their power? Are they planning some big move? Do they want to cause a big event? Countless questions hovering around in the human brain. Hurry up and run away to the deserted island. God knows if the beast pirates will come and destroy this island. Not far away on an island, the entire town, estimated to be several 100,000 people, were all massacred by the 100 beast pirates. The entire town was filled with corpses, and the blood flowing down formed a small stream. And even the roofs were littered with bones and flesh. Too terrifying. Why at this time, the world government still hasn't stepped forward? Is there so-called justice? Just watching the world being brutally massacred by the beast pirates. How long does the Navy headquarters want to keep quiet? The so-called justice is to be so afraid of death that you don't care about the survival of the world. In the midst of the crisis that is raging everywhere, the voices of condemnation and doubt of justice are becoming more and more intense. And the terrifying reputation of the beast pirates made everyone in the world change their expressions. In this place of turmoil, a piece of news suddenly spread out. This earth-shattering news almost swept the world like a storm. Whitebeard leads the Whitebeard pirates and violently kills the beast pirates' lair, the Dong Island base. This news, like a storm, in the New World raised countless sounds of horror. Countless people became amazed. Whitebeard, finally make your move. Oh my God! This world, finally someone took action. Listening to the Whitebeard pirates' heroic words. This time the beast pirates will completely destroy the beast pirates. The whole world is boiling. At this moment, everyone is discussing Whitebeard. Everyone is 870 Whitebeard cheering. What the hell world government? What the hell justice? What the hell Navy headquarters? Let the world government, the Navy headquarters, and justice all die. The one who saves this world is not justice, but Whitebeard. In a moment, Whitebeard's prestige shocked the entire world, and almost everyone in the world shouted Whitebeard's name in unison. Condemn and curse Akainu people become more and more. Akainu's voice of condemnation and scolding grew louder. Even at the Navy headquarters, there was no shortage of Marines discussing. Admiral Sakazuki is not even as good as Whitebeard. The mighty Marshal couldn't even withstand the might of a pirate. I wonder what Admiral Sakazuki is thinking. To make our Marines carry such a heavy burden of insults. The reputation we worked so hard to build up, this time, it's completely shattered. Countless condemnations entered Akainu's ears, causing Akainu to slam the table and glare, angry to the point that his face was about to distort. Humph! What the hell is Whitebeard? If he dares to come to my beast pirates, I will make sure he never comes back. One day, the beast pirates let out such a loud noise. This was coming from a berserk beast pirates, one of the 3 great disasters. With a bounty of over 1 billion terrifying figures. Such arrogant and loud words were clearly meant for Whitebeard to hear. This is intentionally trying to anger Whitebeard. Because this once gathered the eyes of the whole world. Because the beast pirates had already prepared, gathering all the beast pirates' forces, moreover, in the recent massacre. The beast pirates obtained quite a few devil fruits, creating each devil fruit into a truly powerful one. But the Whitebeard pirates, despite their recent development, are completely unable to match the powerful beast pirates in military strength. Hearing this kind of noisy words, everyone understood the beast pirates against the Whitebeard pirates had no fear. It can even be said that the beast pirates only hope that the Whitebeard pirates will attack. The beast pirates have absolute home advantage. They can't be underestimated. This time, the Whitebeard pirates attacked the beast pirates. The war had not yet begun, but the beast pirates already occupied an absolute advantage. Home advantage. Along with the massacre of countless islands, they brought terrifying prestige, along with the beast pirates further developing their military strength. These are all things that the Whitebeard pirates are not equipped with. Maybe the Whitebeard pirates will gather world fame. The trend of development to the hearts of the world. Everyone is looking forward to the Whitebeard pirates' victory. Countless people are admiring. This is destined to be a world-shaking battle. This time, even though the Whitebeard pirates were at a disadvantage, in an absolutely bad situation, in the eyes of the people of the whole world, they still looked forward to the Whitebeard pirates' victory. Even each pirate crew all started to follow the Whitebeard pirates, needing to fight together with the brutal and inhuman beasts pirates. The world watched. Such an unprecedented confrontation. A truly earth-shattering battle between the 4 emperors broke out. The Whitebeard pirates forcefully stepped onto the beasts pirates' base, a huge island, a vast expanse of ice and snow. At this moment, the whole world became attentive. Whitebeard, you really dare to come? Dong dong dong, each violent sound of footsteps was heard. In a moment the earth shook and the mountains shook, the snow ground rustled, emitting the sound of something about to collapse, just as the voice had not yet completely fallen. All kinds of ferocious and brutal beasts appeared. The beast pirates are the vanguard of the charge. Zoan-type devils are truly capable. Absolute power. Can countless artillery attack super strong defense Zoan-type devil really ability user. Each of the ferocious beasts were extremely huge, and as they charged, they were like small mobile mountains. As they ran like crazy, they brought the snowy mountains down, rolling up a trail of ice and snow, dragging out a long line of ice and snow. Truly the wild and arrogant, extremely domineering beast pirates appear. Humph. You guys, a pack of wild beasts, dare to act arrogantly in front of your father. Boom. Like the sound of thunder and lightning, suddenly rang out. Just saw Diamond George did not say a word. Suddenly in the middle, a flashing strike directly brought the first devil fruit that was rushing towards him to its death, instantly smashed to pieces. Boom. This Zoan-type devil, a true ability user, incarnated as a huge hippo, was directly hit by the Diamond George and smashed into a pool of blood mist. The flesh and blood instantly exploded, and the sky was filled with shattered flesh and blood, shooting out in all directions. The infinitely domineering George took the lead in launching the attack. Shake it up. Kill, kill, kill. Then, almost in an instant, the battle completely erupted. Marco flapped his wings, the blue flame, with a kind of terrifying frequency fluctuation stirring. Each and every one of the beast pirates' ability users who were desperately charging were all sent flying by Marco, followed by being burned by the blue flame. Each and every cry shook the heavens and earth. The Golden Lion Shiki was even more shocked to attack Kagurashi and Aotu's two famous swords in the chaos. Throughout all the ferocious beasts' necks, blood continuously flew. Several wild and ferocious beasts stared intently at Whitebeard in the crowd, a lone female, with pure white skin and a graceful figure. Crocodile. A bunch of long-haired beasts. Sand. Crocodile coquettishly cried out, one hand suddenly pressed down. Reincarnation encroachment. Boom, boom, boom. The ice and snow frozen layer was instantly sucked dry and hydrolyzed. The ice instantly melted. The layer directly turned into wild sand. Each wave of wild sand suddenly shot up. In this flash, the ice and snow turned into a desert. Sir Crocodile pressed down on the sand with his hand. Yes. Suddenly slashing towards a group of beast pirates who were charging towards the end. Desert Sword let out a long roar. The sky was filled with madness, following Sir Crocodile's arm slash, instantly transforming into a terrifying desert treasure saber that splits the heavens and earth. This extremely large desert treasure saber instantly cut through a group of beast pirates. At the moment death fell, those pirates who were facing Sir Crocodile all revealed looks of horror and regret. It's just that Sir Crocodile doesn't make a move, but once he makes a move, he can't stop. The heaven-shaking desert treasure saber directly cut through a group of beast pirates. Sand. Crocodile was changing back to his female body after that. His strength seemed to skyrocket, showing his incomparable terrifying strength, almost using a crushing stance, crushing each and every one of the beast's pirates. Actually makes people very unexpected. But Sand. Crocodile is to prove his own captain's strength, using all his strength to sweep away the enemy. Even Marco and the others could not help but admire. Indeed, a woman's body is sand. Crocodile's path is correct, pretending to be a man will only limit her strength development and strength increase and progress. The fierce battle officially begins. On the east side of the island, each piece of ice that had been frozen for who knows how many years exploded, and the sky was filled with ice residue and destruction, and the rumbling sound continued to be so loud. Children, follow my footsteps, rush forward. Whitebeard held his saber in his hand, leading the attack. His tall and imposing figure was like a god or demon, with a sweeping slash. He instantly cut down more than 10 members of the 100 Beasts pirates. Wherever the slash passed, the ice and snow mountains were completely shattered, like a storm and wind. He swept through the heavens. Blood and snow splattered all over the sky. The snow and ice where the Whitebeard pirates were charging to the death was dyed crimson. Hot fresh blood dissolves fresh blood, flowing down into a river. The blood of the strong is my feast. Patrick. Redfield continuously massacred the beast's pirates one by one. Behind him the blood energy was soaring, like a snowstorm passing by. The sky was covered with blood mist. Become strong, become strong, become strong. Kill all the beast's pirates. Then I can recover to the top. Patrick. Redfield transformed into a terrifying vampire, not only sucking the blood of pirates he killed, but also throwing away extremely powerful pirates that his captain killed for Patrick. Redfield to suck. This is pre-planned. Fight with the war. Let Patrick. Redfield constantly restore his strength. Because, Patrick. Redfield has shown his loyalty to Whitebeard. As arrogant as he is, once he says that 4 horses are hard to chase, he is willing to give up his life for the Whitebeard pirates. The terrifying battle has just begun to erupt and is reaching its climax. Burning passion. Every bloodstained map is emitting heat. This is a super giant island, like a mainland-like giant island. The place where the battle broke out was just the outer ring of the Beast Pirates base in the East Island. The real distance, but the central area, still a long way away. The entire East Island gathered approximately several thousand pirates, all of whom were elite pirates from the 100 Beast Pirates. Each one has a majestic aura, overlooking the entire new world. Each one is enough to stir up a bloody storm in a sea area. Such a terrifying force, enough to sweep away any pirate gang in the new world. Oh ha ha ha. Old man with white beard. You really let us beast pirates come and go as you please. Today, if you Whitebeard set foot here, you will all fall. Our beast pirates will slaughter all of you Whitebeard pirates. A giant head appeared. This was an extremely terrifying beast. Its physical body was over 10 meters tall. Its entire body exuded an extremely terrifying blood essence chi. A pair of eyes as big as bronze bells emitted bloodlight and sky-high killing intent. Spitting out a human voice and screaming, "Whitebeard, can you fight me?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sound of the waves shook the air as if vibrating, continuously sweeping away the ice and snow. In a moment, a hurricane howled and howled at will, rolling up the ice and snow, forming an extremely terrifying snowstorm. Little devil, you are not qualified to fight your father. Patrick. Redfield let out a long scream, a crimson coat fluttering without wind. Behind him a sea of blood rose to the sky. His aura was terrifying. This is an arrogant and bloodthirsty Count of Red, a powerful vampire who was once on par with the pirate King Roger. After submitting to Whitebeard, he became even more introverted and terrifying. Now, he has sucked the blood of countless beast pirates, restoring his strength to a terrifying realm. I've been roaming the seas for so long. Where can you little brats still suck your mother's milk? Patrick Redfield flew high into the air. The sky was filled with blood clouds. Blood energy filled the entire battlefield, killing you. Why do I need you to do it? I alone am enough. Boom, boom, boom. Redfield took action. The beast's pirates fought a great disaster. In just a moment, the sky was filled with surging blood. Endless bloody winds howled. Terrifying thunderous sounds continuously exploded. The two people had a world-shaking duel. The sky was filled with blood mist, each of the beast's 4. 2 pirates was affected by the aftershocks of the battle and died on the spot, each corpse flying backwards. The more blood, like a heavy rain falling, soaked in blood rain. Redfield fought harder and harder. His strength became unfathomable, killing the giant thing on the other end one by one, each time sending flying a terrifying trail of blood. Redfield didn't care at all as he continued to rack up more and more injuries. Redfield, covered in blood, suddenly screamed, "Now, you can go die. Remember your honor. I am Whitebeard's bannerman, no squadron, Count Patrick Redfield." Patrick Redfield's voice echoed throughout the entire island, even shaking the ocean. Whitebeard under the flag of no vassal. First time officially announced to the world. Behind the Whitebeard pirates, a pirate crew that conquered the beast pirates was now terrified. That is, the legendary pirate Gu Gao Zhihong Patrick Redfield has joined Whitebeard's banner again. Shiki the Golden Lion. Burndy World. Patrick Redfield. Whitebeard has once again yielded to a legendary pirate. How much ostentatious dominating power does Whitebeard have to make these arrogant and incomparable legendary pirates submit to him? Someone recognized Patrick Redfield and was even more shocked. Listening to these people's discussion, the remaining pirates felt as if they were in a state of shock. Each one extremely terrified. Each and every strong person, each and every legend, all called Whitebeard's banner, once caused waves on this vast ocean, stirring up countless legendary pirates. once fought endlessly with the 16 pirate kings of the sea, Roger, becoming legendary pirates on par with the entire region. Today, all of them willingly became Whitebeard's subordinates. This is Whitebeard's charm. No crew. Each one of you is a legendary pirate. Each pirate crew was shocked and their eyes and mouths were wide open. On the island, the sky was filled with blood mist. Oh ha ha ha. Don't joke. How could I die in your weak little bat's hands? This giant thing, even though it was heavily injured, still roared like thunder. Each strike had the power to cause mountains and earth to collapse. When someone dies, just enjoy the taste of blood. Why do you need to say so much? Count Hong let out a long roar. His body flashed with a streak of blood-colored lightning, crazily charging towards the giant thing in front of him. This person is none other than the three great evils under the 100 beasts Kadu. Jack, Queen, King. 1 billion reward, terrifying strength, peerless disaster. Jack is just the weakest existence among the three great disasters. In front of Patrick, Redfield is the strongest king in the blood battle. Patrick, Redfield and King almost suffered the same level of terrifying injuries. The two people were equally unafraid of pain, not caring at all about their own bleeding wounds, using extremely terrifying methods, continuously competing in attacks. At the same time, vast island above, fight on the other side. Whitebeard, today I will come to kill you. Jack's revenge. Let me take the blame. Along with each rumbling sound, an extremely large azure serpent swept over. The head of a snake and its body was a woman. Green snake scales. Flashing dense cold metallic luster, these scales armor let keep have incomparable terrifying defensive power. Swords and spears are impenetrable, as solid as diamond. Not only that, the tough scale armor can also be deployed simultaneously at the time of the snake's tail sweeping, like sharp metal weapons sweeping along the snake's tail. Can't Kazuchi cut off the defense? This is truly an invincible, terrifying ability to defend and attack. Ancient-type Azure Meng, Zoan-type Evil Demon is really powerful. This person is none other than the queen of the three great beasts, Kadu. Pink. With a long roar, the golden lion Shiki came from the sky, his long golden hair dancing wildly. His entire person was wild and domineering, just a mere azure serpent. You dare to challenge father? Then let me chop off your snake head. Chaozu, Kagurashi, and out his two famous swords. Circling with the powerful golden line Haki, used the floating fruit's ability to slash out horizontally, instantly piercing through the air, surpassing the speed of sound, stabbing towards the queen. Extremely fierce killing, instant deployment. Across, Burndy World holding dual spears, each time bombarding out 100 times the bullets, incomparable 100 times the speed. Terrifyingly 100 times the destructive power. Let Ivor help you more into the beast pirates, like entering a deserted place. Twin spears aimed, a group of pirates were instantly blown away. Countless corpses were directly blown to pieces by 100 times the bullets. Marco, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista successively ended the powerful force, swept away countless pirates, and swept across the eastern part of the island. Just relying on the Whitebeard pirates with no squads and 16 squads, they used their overwhelming advantage to sweep away all obstacles. The Whitebeard pirates are in high spirits. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying shockwave suddenly came. In an instant the earth shook and mountains shook. Snowy mountains collapsed. Ice and snow rolled back. The momentum was overwhelming. The rumbling sound was even more deafening. The king of beasts, the four emperors Kadu, finally appears. Like the 150 giant beasts Kadu, once he appeared, the entire beast's pirate's aura suddenly rose. Kadu opened his mouth, like thunder exploding in his ears. I am the king of beasts Kadu. Today, I will definitely massacre Whitebeard in this land. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound wave seemed to vibrate and shook the entire small island. The pirates who were slightly close to Kadu were all shaken by this terrifying sound wave, almost falling to the ground. The entire ice and snow island was stirred up, forming a snowstorm around the island on the sea surface, like being stirred up waves of sea. Even the pirates far away on the sea surface all had their eardrums aching, involuntarily covering their ears, unable to bear Kadu's angry roar. La 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 la. Kadu, you runny-nosed little brat, you're actually quite crazy. Whitebeard not only did not get angry, he even laughed. His laughter shook the heavens and earth. His heroic spirit rushed straight to Yu Xiao, causing Keidu's long scream to create airwaves, instantly destroying them. The A character had not yet completely fallen when an incomparably terrifying saber was thrown out by Whitebeard, with a loud bang, shooting rapidly towards Keidu. Whitebeard's sword turned into a long line of burning flames, with terrifying speed, fiercely stabbing towards Keidu. Wherever the blade passed, all the beast's pirates were instantly blown away. Without exception, the divine fire on the blade. Shiranui also set all the beast's pirates on fire. Each and every one of them was engulfed in flames. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shockwave had yet to reach Keidu's ears when the saber's attack had already pierced through the sky and stabbed forward. Pink. Keidu, that god and demon's huge body, suddenly moved, like a sudden move of the mountain peak fist, ice shattering everything with one punch, striking towards the blade. Keidu's huge body did not affect his reaction and speed in the slightest. Only heard a sound like thunder, followed by only saw Keidu's black paint hockey-armed fist swirling. Fiercely fell into the blade position. The fist that fell from the sky sent the blade crashing down, instantly pressing down on the ice and snow layer. In just a moment, the Earth's crust exploded. Ice, snow, and rocks flew into the sky, and a deep hole appeared. The beast's pirates, seeing Keidu empty-handed, throwing Whitebeard with a falling blade, their momentum instantly rose. Each of them roared crazily, and charged towards Whitebeard 407 to kill. Want to use human sea tactics to block Whitebeard, making it impossible for him to approach Keidu. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. Whitebeard's tall and strong body, just along the blade went out without saying a word, attacked in a flash. In the midst of the surprise attack, his robe behind him fluttered, his black moon-shaped white beard raised, his aura soaring to the heavens. His demonic body swept across. Those pirates who wanted to block Whitebeard were all quickly smashed by Whitebeard's demonic body, not blown away, but smashed on the spot. Each pirate was directly smashed by Whitebeard's demonic body, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Whitebeard suddenly attacked with an extremely domineering sweeping stance, killing a bloody person, heading straight for Keidu. Whitebeard. Keidu let out a long scream, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. As he let out a long scream, the air was shaken by a ripple of vibration, extremely terrifying. Keidu's arm, like an ancient beast, suddenly swung, and a powerful hockey-armed fist instantly circled towards Whitebeard. In just a flash, the fist dragged along Chi-Chi, roaring wildly, and the airwaves surged. Whitebeard didn't say any nonsense. His body suddenly attacked, his fist swung back, suddenly punching out. In a moment, the Chi was like thunder. Its roar shook the heavens and earth. This battle with Keidu is the first battle where Whitebeard raises his body to the level of a god or demon. Whitebeard had no intention of using any remaining external force. This battle was only based on the physical strength of the demonic body, also to test the strength of the divine demon body. How to fight in the end? This is an absolutely stubborn way. Face it head-on, straight in the face. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. Two terrifying fists instantly fell together. Boom. When the fists fell and smashed together, terrifying waves of air instantly surged. The air almost exploded. Countless amounts of chi energy swirled behind the two people, forming two terrifying storms, causing all the ice and snow behind the two people to surge up. In an instant, it was as if there was a snowstorm swirling behind the two people. What a horrible sight. Squeak, squeak. The ground beneath Keidu and Whitebeard almost sank at the same time. As it sank, terrifying sounds rang out, and exaggerated cracks, like cracks, densely ruptured. All of this sounds like a long story, but in reality it only happened in the extremely short blink of an eye. Two people punched each other, followed by two people almost at the same time, with lightning-fast attack method throughout the second punch. One right. Two people do not have to fight, but is to aim straight at the opponent's chest. This punch's momentum did not decrease at all, even condensing the two people's strongest strength, instantly striking out with a punch. Just kill the enemy. No defense. This is a way of competing between strong men. Without any exception, almost at the same time, Whitebeard's fist, like a drum, was carved into Keidu's chest. Countless airwaves, centered on Whitebeard's fist, instantly exploded, and white ripples continuously spread out. and Kadu's big fist, without exception, pressed down on Whitebeard's chest. East. Like a thunderous explosion, a loud sound instantly came from the chests of the two people. Two terrifying voices, almost overlapping, unable to distinguish between you and me. The two people's bodies were surrounded by countless amounts of air that were agitated, constantly fluctuating like vibrations. White air vortexes, centered on the two people, swirled outward in all directions. That layer of ice and snow had long been blasted open, revealing a layer of terrifying and fierce cracks, densely packed, shocking to see. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. The two people resisted each other's punch, followed by the other hand, almost at the same time swung back. Two big fists suddenly smashed towards each other. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two people's third punch was thrown out. The middle fist is as hard as iron and steel. Of course! The two people's third fists collided, in a flash, with the two people's fists as the center. Countless chi energy was about to explode. Dong dong dong. Third punch to the con. Countless ice and snow rolled back. Kadu's huge body was like a tall mountain, even more gigantic than the giant race, but was forced back by Whitebeard, until Kadu continuously retreated dozens of steps back before he could steady himself. Looking back at Whitebeard, he was standing firmly in place. Dong dong dong. As the 100-beast Kadu continuously retreated, the entire extremely huge island was shaken. Even the ice and snow in the far distance was shaken. Even the sea around the island was stirred up by waves. Noisy. This moment, everyone became excited. Even the pirates who were standing in the midst of a bloody battle. All of them couldn't help but stop fighting, and all of their gazes simultaneously looked towards Whitebeard and Kadu. Captain was knocked back by Whitebeard's 3 punches. This scene is too shocking. Whitebeard punches Kadu back with 3 punches. You must know, the king of beasts Kadu is known as the strongest creature in the sea and on land. A terrifying immortal character. Everyone was terrified, especially the beast pirates. They never thought that one day, someone would be able to use their physical body, relying only on the strength of the flesh, to forcefully repel their beast captain Kadu. What is this concept? Pirate world, can be invincible in martial arts, have competitive swordsmanship. Even more are devils with truly terrifying powers. That year, Whitebeard used the strongest paramecia system to create a powerful legend and create the Whitebeard era. A legendary era. Exactly. After Whitebeard lost the shock fruit, Beast Kadu was called the strongest existence. Even though Whitebeard was reborn with great power and returned domineeringly, causing the world to tremble and the whole world to be slightly terrified, the beast pirates still believed that their captain, the king of beasts Kadu, was still the strongest existence. Because Whitebeard doesn't have the ability to shake things up, that is, before the eyes is seen, but as the same said fierce hand. The place has the pirate crew of the beast's pirate on the face. Whitebeard relied only on his physical body. 3 punches repelled Beast Kadu. Shocking beyond compare. Make everyone cannot help but be a little scared. Far away on the sea, those pirates who followed, each and every pirate was stunned. They all stared with wide eyes and mouths open, watching the shocking scene on the East Island in the distance. Oh my god! Whitebeard punched Kadu back with 3 punches. Is this Whitebeard's terrifying power? Deceit. Deceit? Isn't it too exaggerated? This is the strongest creature in the sea and on land, the king of beasts Kadu. Shocked, everyone was shaken by the violent earthquake. Their hearts were like a tsunami, shaking for a long time, unable to calm down. Dad wins everywhere. Nothing can stop him. Break Kadu. Long live father. The entire Whitebeard pirates, captains and non-captains, shouted in unison, their spirits rising, their fighting spirit growing stronger. As Whitebeard punched Kadu 3 times, the Whitebeard pirates' entire bloodline was completely burned. Open up the wild blood of killing. Kill. Marco's body erupted with an extremely dazzling blue flame, suddenly sweeping across, instantly sending all the enemies surrounding him flying. Boom. A blue flame battle blade appeared in Marco's hand. He waved the battle blade, instantly slashing away countless enemies. Those enemies who were blown away had nowhere to turn and had no way to escape such a fiercely burning battle blade. Puffy puffy. Almost in a flash, blood swirled and the head was thrown away. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. blood like rain, falling down. This moment, everyone was burning with passion. Let me. Mother explode. Sand. Crocodile first time crazy roar, her two hands suddenly from under her feet crazy in the sand, pulled out a desert great treasure knife. This is an extremely huge. Has the absolute destructive power sand treasure knife. Following the sand. Crocodile waved his great sword across the sky, slashing each and every one of the beast pirates, leaving no trace of blood. However, he saw the bodies of the pirates who were slashed by the desert treasure saber, all of them strangely turning into dried corpses, their bodies disintegrated, and were all sucked away by the desert. Extremely exaggerated. Sir Crocodile's daughter is a step further in strength, holding a cigar on her delicate face, showing coldness and ruthlessness. Good posture. Golden Lion Shiki let out a long scream. His opponent, one of the three great evil queens, Azure Python, that huge python's body with blue scale armor, had already been reduced by many pieces. Cold, shiny metal inside. Let the blood red look. Fierce battle. Full fire. But the battle on the Count's side was even more fierce. Fiercely fighting and killing, taking place at any time. He and one of the three great disasters, the king, fought desperately. Anyone who was not careful would die on the spot. But bathing in fresh blood, Patrick Redfield looked even more experienced and terrifying. Behind him was a sky full of rolling blood mist. Every time he made a move, there was a deafening bat scream, extremely bloody and terrifying. The entire Whitebeard pirates, under the encouragement of Whitebeard's 3 punches that repelled Kadu, each and every one of them became bloodthirsty and their fighting spirit rose. Kill. Kadu himself absolutely did not expect that he would be forcefully repelled by Whitebeard. Before he still declared that he wanted to fight against Whitebeard, but now he felt as if his face had been hit, extremely suffocating. Seeing his subordinates fighting, being crushed by the rising flames of the Whitebeard pirates, Kadu immediately let out a loud roar. The airwaves seemed to encourage thunder sound, shaking the heavens and earth. Kill. How powerful and domineering is Kadu? How can I allow myself to be beaten back in front of everyone? This is really a slap in the face. With Kadu's hasty personality, how could he allow this kind of thing to happen a second time? Kadu roared loudly. The absolute violence exploded on Whitebeard. 197 charged desperately. Endless snowstorm behind Kadu stirred up. At this moment, the earth shook and mountains shook. Ice and snow poured down. The waves stirred. The hurricane howled. Facing Kadu's overwhelming momentum, Whitebeard was not afraid at all. He conquered the world, never afraid of anyone. What about Kadu? What about the king of beasts? What if the sea and land are not the strongest creatures? As an enemy, we must defeat them on the spot and take over the world. Whitebeard suddenly waved his hands, and in an instant, the sky was filled with whirlwinds, like a long row of chaotic roars, each whirlwind stirring in the air. Extremely powerful hockey armament, he roared, hovering on Whitebeard's 2 fists. The domineering peerless god and demon body, moreover extremely powerful hockey armament enhancement, such terrifying 2 punches were enough to be able to destroy all obstacles. Whitebeard does not retreat but advances. Facing the lightning-fast Kadu, he charged forward crazily. For a moment, the heavens and earth shook. With each step Whitebeard took, the ground cracked, ice and snow flew backwards, and everything retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 people instantly exchanged 3 punches. This fierce and domineering 3 punches were thrown out, and in a moment, in the world, only the 2 people were left fighting, and a loud explosion erupted, shaking the sky. In a moment, a raging wind howled, rolling up ice and snow that filled the sky. An extremely terrifying snowstorm surged high, destroying this world and the island. Whitebeard, your era has passed. You should just lie down properly and become a legend. Kadu's wild roar, extremely domineering words, echoed between heaven and earth. Even the pirates far away on the sea surface all had eardrums aching. Let Whitebeard lie down properly and become a legend. Such domineering words, I'm afraid that this world's 100 beasts Kadu would dare to say it out loud. There really aren't many people who would dare to be so crazy. You're so cute. Whitebeard laughed heartily. His 2 fists were like iron and steel machinery. His extremely terrifying heavy punches smashed towards Kadu. Today I return as king. I will definitely sweep the world away. This era is destined to be called the Whitebeard era. Dong dong dong. It was three fists clashing again, like steel weapons clashing. The sound was earth-shattering, like a nuclear warhead exploding, extremely deafening. Whitebeard suddenly struck out with a powerful blow. This punch was thrown out. The chaotic air vortex instantly rolled back. The air also cracked because of it, like glass instantly shattered. Whitebeard fought more and more fiercely. His control over the demon body became more and more proficient. His strength also became more and more powerful with every move of his hand and foot. He had absolute destructive power. Let me lie down and become a legend. Don't joke around. I am Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Where Whitebeard's fist passed, the air was buried into a black hole, devouring the vortex. Everything was dim without light, as if in the world, only Whitebeard's domineering and peerless punch remained. Pink. Beast Kadu let out a long roar. His two fists suddenly spread out at the same time. Only by personally experiencing a battle with Whitebeard Kadu could one feel Whitebeard's terrifying strength, completely beyond anyone's imagination. Even Kadu, when he saw Whitebeard unleash his strongest punch, did not dare to be careless. He spread out both hands and used all his strength to defend. Winter. Whitebeard's fist fell down. Kadu blocked it with both hands in front of him, in this instant. With Whitebeard's fist as the center, terrifying airwaves erupted, like a vibration, swirling outwards in circles. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Kadu was repelled for the second time. This scene shocked many people. Perhaps, Whitebeard will not give Kadu any breathing room. Boom. Whitebeard suddenly jumped up. His entire body shot up from the ground, charging into the air. Following Whitebeard's descent from the sky, a punch thrown out, hitting Kadu straight. The body of a god descended from the sky. Countless whirlpools of air from Whitebeard's back swirled out. This punch from Batian can destroy everything. The king of heaven's power. Whitebeard descended from the sky and punched Kadu. Kadu finally stabilized his body and didn't have time to think much. He quickly used his two horizontal fists to block the air above his head, wanting to receive Whitebeard's punch that fell from the sky, together with the ice that broke through all of Batian's ice. That is, the body of the god and demon had completely 3.4 displayed terrifying power, like a tyrant's fist tearing the sky. Terrifying destructive power, especially being able to casually block it. Boom. Whitebeard's demonic body punched down from the sky, like Mount Tai pressing down on Kadu. The violent force instantly fell onto Kadu. In this flash, the violent vortex randomly scattered in chaos. Crackle. Kadu's two legs were instantly pressed into the ground. Countless rocks and soil from under Kadu's feet broke off, shooting out. Kadu's two legs kept falling down. Countless rocks and soil, continuously exploding and flying. Seeing such a shocking scene, all the pirates couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Whitebeard punched through the air, sending the king of beasts Kadu crashing into the ground. What kind of terrifying force is required to be able to do such an exaggerated step? This is a lie? When did Whitebeard, even his physical strength, already reach such a terrifying level? This is the four emperors of the beast king Kadu. Just by force, Kadu was pressed into the underground layer. Whitebeard is getting more and more terrifying. Every pirate was amazed. They were all terrified by Whitebeard's powerful and ferocious power. And many pirates from the beast's pirates, seeing Captain Kadu being suppressed and beaten by Whitebeard, in a flash, were all shocked. Looking back at the Whitebeard pirates, the 11 were in high spirits, each bravely charging towards the enemy. Whitebeard and Kadu fought a fierce battle, infecting everyone. Their blood was burned, and they could no longer stop fighting. Kadu was forced into the deep pit by Whitebeard's domineering force. This made Kadu completely furious. Roar! A loud explosion came out from the deep pit, transmitting Kadu's furious roar. Terrifying sound waves rushed out, even causing the clouds in the sky to be torn apart. Squeak, squeak. Following the long scream, the ground suddenly cracked open. Countless rocks and soil shot out from the geological layer, flying all over the sky, emitting sharp screeching sounds, extremely deafening in the rumble. Kadu roared out, twice suppressed and assaulted by Whitebeard. Twice suppressed by Whitebeard, hung up and beaten. completely let Kata run wild. In a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook, Hainan roared, the snowy mountains collapsed, ice and snow swirled, and the storm ravaged. The entire huge island trembled. This is Katu's true power. King of Beasts, is it just a false reputation? If he only had his previous strength, how could he have fought against the countless pirate gangs in the New World? How could he dare to be so arrogant and domineering in the dangerous pirate world? Order your subordinates to massacre every island and every town. Makes people angry, bloody, and violent. This is not only a brutal display, but also a display of peerless strength. Without enough strength, how dare Kata be so arrogant? Then how dare he be for the world at most? Boom, boom, boom. Katu's body was like a demon god's, rising from the deep pit and continuously going up. Whitebeard, you cut down the beast's pirate's drought. Jack, you made me unable to obtain the Joker artificial devil fruit. Now you still dare to come to my East Island, trying to challenge my beast pirates. Crazy enough. Domineering enough. However, today I still have to kill you on this land. End your era. Make Whitebeard become a thing of the past. Katu's voice contained endless anger, continuously exploding loudly like that, each roar, like thunder exploding, shaking people's hearts incomparably. La 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 la. I didn't come here to challenge your beast's pirates, but to destroy this place. Take away the treasure tree I've set my eyes on, Adam. Whitebeard laughed heartily, not paying any attention to Katu's anger. He laughed loudly without any restraint. Destroyed my beast pirates? Take away the treasure tree. Adam. Ah ha ha ha. Whitebeard. You really are arrogant enough. Katu's huge god-demon-like body finally came out from the deep pit. Rampant. This word originally belonged to Katu. Maybe. Under the eyes again became the pronoun Whitebeard. How can Katu bear this? Boom boom boom. Katu stopped talking nonsense, suppressed his anger and made a move. This move contained his endless anger. It could be said that he wanted to vent all his anger on Whitebeard. He must take all his anger out. Want to destroy my beast pirates? Whitebeard, you still lack a lot. 537-inch Katu fiercely and domineeringly attacked Whitebeard in his boundless anger. Each attack he launched was enough to destroy heaven and earth, just pulling along the chi, sending countless ice and snow flying, stirring up a terrifying storm. I will slaughter you. Completely end your era. Kill me? Whitebeard forcefully and stubbornly attacked Katu. Despite Katu's overwhelming power, his attacks shattered the air and shattered everything. Whitebeard was still able to directly and stubbornly take it. Each sound was like a violent explosion. As the two people collided, they continuously rang out. They fought fiercely, fighting with great danger. Even so, Whitebeard was still as steady as Mount Tai. Those who want to kill me will not survive until now. Little Katu, you will not be an exception. Boom boom boom. The two strongest people in the world, extremely dangerous physical battle. Each sound is like a nuclear warhead exploding, terrifyingly loud, continuously exploding. Terrifying airwaves continuously rolling. The ground island does not break open. Boom. Whitebeard launched a fierce and domineering attack, forcing the beast Katu back. Katu's god-demon-like giant body, with a two-handed pressing posture, rumbled backwards. Kenkep. Katu held the ground with both hands, suddenly lifting up an extremely large piece of ground. With a loud rumble, he raised it high, suddenly smashing towards Whitebeard. This massive rock and soil was as big as a small mountain, suddenly smashing towards Whitebeard, emitting violent rumbling sounds. Facing the surging momentum and Howrant's imposing manner, fiercely smashing the huge rocks, Whitebeard was not afraid at all. His face was as usual, calm, waiting for the rocks to smash over in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard suddenly punched out into the sky. Boom! This punch was thrown out, instantly smashing the ground and rocks, shattering them. In a moment, the sky was filled with broken rocks and debris, shooting out in all directions. Boom boom boom. Katu took the initiative to launch an attack, his figure like an ancient god or demon, erupting with a terrifying and ferocious aura, rumbling loudly, crushing towards Whitebeard. Kill! Whitebeard suddenly screamed. In a moment, the sky and earth exploded. Suddenly in the sky, a layer of old heavenly sun thunder clouds condensed. In the dark thunder clouds, there were flashes of lightning, a sign that heavy rain was about to fall. Whitebeard was like a demon. Lightning struck. Crack! The sky, then a bolt of lightning followed Whitebeard's fist, suddenly falling down. Boom! Whitebeard's fist landed on Kadu in a blink of an eye, and then a bolt of lightning fell down. The mad attack towards Kadu suddenly widened his huge eyes like bronze bells. Die for me. Enduring Whitebeard's fierce blow, enduring Kadu's lightning strike from the sky. He didn't stop the attack in his hand at all. Bang! Kadu's god-demonic great seal had a huge fist, carved on Whitebeard's body. Kadu here is not caring at all about his own safety. Just kill the enemy. No defense. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard's demonic body flew out, leaving a deep trench on the ground above. And countless rocks and soil rolled back and splashed behind his body. Whitebeard flew backwards and crashed into the pirates, and in an instant, they all turned into blood mist. This is the power of the divine demon body. Whitebeard resisted Kadu's 2 punches and flew out, still safe and sound. The body of a god or demon was fine. Looking back at Kadu, suddenly there was a loud bang, and suddenly one knee went soft, and he fell to his knees. Boom! Kadu's knees were covered in dirt and rocks, creating a deep hole on Kadu's body. A terrifying blood fist seal, shocking to see. That's what Whitebeard left behind. At the side of the blood seal fist, a terrifying wound burned black as coal, attracted the attention of others. And was even more shocking to see. Lightning strikes the sky. Pink. Kadu snorted from his nostrils 2 streams of chi-chi that seemed to have been practiced in vain, and with a bang, he stood up again. He didn't even spare a glance at the startling wounds on his body. This is Kadu, fearless of life and death Kadu. Roar! Kadu did not rush to launch an attack, but suddenly let out a long, angry roar, like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and earth. Just a moment Hainan roared, the snow ground shook. Crackle! The sky was filled with densely packed thunderclouds, and suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning flashed across it. For a moment, the lightning illuminated the heavens and earth. The rumbling thunderclaps, along with Kadu's long screams, seemed to create some kind of mutual resounding sound. Boo-boo-hoo. The entire island owned by the beast pirates suddenly roared in anger along with Kadu. Each deafening roar of anger and explosion resounded throughout the entire island, echoing across the sea. Even the pirates from far away couldn't help but cover their ears. Kadu roared, causing thousands of people to roar in anger. The sound shook the heavens and earth. Kadu was like a king ruling the mountain forest. Once he roared, all beasts came to pay homage. Boo-boo-hoo. Not only that, deep in the East Island, in the endless snowy mountains and ice, suddenly came terrifying roars. In response to Kadu, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, deep within the East Island iceberg, came a violent and extremely strange movement. Follow. Everyone was stunned. Only saw that deep inside the snowy mountain, all the abnormally shaped giant ferocious beasts suddenly woke up from the ice and snow, breaking through the ice and snow, simultaneously attacking this side. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. All beasts come. Listen to Kadu's concentrated command. Simultaneous attacks. The entire island's ground was plunged into an extremely intense shockwave. This all-terrifying beast has absolute domination and destructive power. As expected of the king of beasts. Roaring angrily, he could instantly dispatch thousands of snow mountain ferocious beasts. Whitebeard. I swear on my honor as the king of beasts, this battle, I will definitely destroy you. Kadu let out a long scream. He endured all the humiliation, this time, carrying the boundless power of the myriad beasts, risking his life to charge forward and clear, to Lee's good, beard. Extremely intense fluctuations. Like a tsunami of 10,000 beasts, rushing forward, carrying endless anger and desperate to charge forward, the dust shook the sky. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The sound of killing was deafening. Whitebeard stood alone, proudly, standing there, facing Kadu alone, facing the myriad beasts attacking, still calm. Not angry, majestic, terrifying aura, you are a wild beast, for this old man. All kneel down. Kadu, you will not escape. As Whitebeard's voice fell, a powerful overlord haki suddenly erupted from Whitebeard's body. Squeak squeak. Terrifying overlord's haki, once it appears, the earth slayers will crack. This has already become the essence of the overlord's haki, revealing huge crimson lightning-like substances, instantly sweeping out. In the blink of an eye, That powerful invincible overlord's haki, with its overwhelming power, completely shocked all those crazy and desperate charging ferocious beasts. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious and cruel beast's entire body trembled with fear and trembled continuously. It didn't even dare to raise its head to look at Whitebeard. Following it, it couldn't help but feel its limbs go limp, and it completely knelt down towards Whitebeard. The myriad beasts attacked, reversed in an instant, turned into myriad beasts worshipping and kneeling. No need to pay homage to the king of beasts Kadu, but to worship and kneel before Whitebeard. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The originally ferocious momentum of thousands of troops and horses instantly stopped their life-threatening charge, and they all knelt down in worship. Squeak, squeak. This is not over yet. These all-ferocious beasts kneeled down. Their limbs were pressed down into the ground layer. The ground completely cracked. Dong, dong, dong. Countless densely packed ferocious beasts knelt down, falling to the ground one after another, their fur and skin covered in blood pearls. They were all dead. All of this was really too fast. So fast that no one would have thought that Whitebeard would have such a powerful haki that could actually cause damage. Even more unexpected, Whitebeard was able to control the direction of the Overlord's haki. The previous story specifically explained the Overlord's haki, probably when he fought Mingo or that auntie in a few chapters. Even Kadu himself never thought that Whitebeard would possess such terrifying conqueror's haki. Why didn't Kadu, the king of beasts, use his haki to fight Whitebeard? Because Kadu's haki control level is still only diffuse, it cannot distinguish friend or foe, and will seriously injure the beast's pirates inside. Roar! The godlike Kadu suddenly let out a long, exhausted scream. The whistle shook the entire island, and the clouds in the sky were blown apart. The ones who killed these beasts were all Kadu's subordinates. Seeing the scene of all the beasts dying before his eyes, Kadu completely ran away. Roar! Kadu went crazy. The clothes on his body exploded, breaking into pieces of rags that flew out, revealing a terrifying and ferocious body. Those huge boulder-like muscles were filled with explosive force. On his chest were huge, Saori-like winding and ferocious scars, which suddenly gave Kadu an extra surge of ferocity. His long hair was all over his head, and the originally white corners of his head had now turned into a deep, pitch-black color. Kadu was completely furious. Winter. Kadu's big fist smashed out, in just a flash. The sky was filled with white chi. At the back of the big fist then roared. The air was shattered. Whitebeard laughed freely. Facing the violent Kadu, he was still calm, not afraid at all. That god and demon's body opened up and closed. Every time he raised his hand or lifted his foot, it was filled with extremely powerful and terrifying power, and he punched Kadu. Boom. The two people instantly broke out into an unimaginably fierce and terrifying battle. The atmosphere in the city shattered into pieces. The ground had already completely changed. One after another, cracks appeared, bottomless. The whole island was shaken by a violent earthquake. Around the island, countless waves were stirred up, roaring and destroying. Even the clouds in the sky suddenly cracked because of that. The clouds rolled back, as if the sky had cracked. This battle is terrifying, and a great confrontation. It's just that. What shocked people beyond compare was that the originally known as the strongest Kadu in the world in a single fight Kadu was evenly matched against Whitebeard. This is Kadu's berserk state, like madness, holding the terrifying destructive power that can shatter everything. Looking back at Whitebeard, facing such a berserk rage Kadu, he was still calm and steady, proficient. Compared to these two, Whitebeard had the upper hand. You must know, Whitebeard is already this strong just by relying on his physical strength. Boom. Suddenly, Whitebeard launched an extremely powerful and domineering attack, landing on Kadu. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood instantly gushed out from Kadu's body like a fountain, blooming like ice flowers. The two people in the fierce competition, for the first time, fought to the point of blood. Beast King Kadu's blood. How long has it been since anyone has seen it? Seeing such a scene, even the pirates who were following from afar were all filled with enthusiasm, their blood boiling in an instant. Whitebeard suddenly punched Kadu, sending him flying backwards. He now had the upper hand. Whitebeard looked towards Kadu with red eyes. The strongest man in the world. Who gave you the courage to call yourself that? Whitebeard. Don't be so arrogant. Kadu's eyes were red, not caring at all about his own injuries. And with a loud bang, he once again launched a surprise attack towards Whitebeard. The earth-shattering battle broke out for the second time. The battle had already been fierce, and blood began to continuously fly. A cluster of fresh blood, like ice flowers, exploded out, splattered across the ice and snow, dyeing the ground red. The air filled with the terrifying smell of blood. The blood of the participants was boiling, and all concern for their own safety had long since been forgotten. They were fighting, killing, and slashing. This kind of terrifying and peerless battle absolutely cannot be ended so easily. Unless one side falls. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the whole island shook violently. This time far from before, any shock must be intense. Dong, dong, dong. Following nearby dong, appeared one after another giant pirate gang. They were all from the 100 Beasts pirates. Whitebeard pirates. 35 sabers are going to fall. A terrifying pirate suddenly jumped up from the shore. As soon as his voice was heard, his figure turned into lightning and rapidly shot over. Another huge mantis, holding incomparably terrifying sharp pliers like a sickle, was approaching at lightning speed. This one can be compared to the three great evils. I'll deal with you. Marco suddenly exploded, killing the enemy in the battle, flapping his wings and flying high, and fiercely fighting with the other extremely large ancient mantis. Blood instantly flew. The blue flames kept exploding, like the blue sun. This is a powerful opponent, not inferior to Marco at all, but to everyone's surprise, the Beast Pirates still have other hidden forces. This one has been lurking in the underground world for a while now, and is the Beast Pirates who conducts all sorts of underground, say, dark world transactions. Jack the Drought is here. This terrifying giant praying mantis in the dark can make the Beast Pirates in the underworld as clear as fish in water. Boom. Suddenly, in the middle of the sea. Suddenly the waves violently rolled. Each extremely large air bubble suddenly appeared from the sea surface. Rumble, 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 rumble. Each loud sound transmitted out. Boom. Suddenly, a huge wave of water rose up from the sea. Boom. The seawater flowed back and stirred. A terrifyingly huge sea king rushed out from the sea. This was a huge human-faced Sauri sea king. Its entire body was covered with shiny metallic red scales. Dong, this sea king, came from the sea to the island again. This isn't a sea king. This is a mutant mermaid. Oh my god. Faraway people admire. The whole body is covered with red scales, the terrifying giant Sauri. I seem to have seen it there before. Right. The Hyder pirates who once lived in the New World were destroyed by a red-headed Sauri. That is a famous pirate gang in the New World. It is also the Beast Pirates. In a moment, the pirate gangs in the distance were all shocked and in an uproar. Boom, boom, boom. This extremely red-headed Sauri, after joining the battlefield, directly used a sweeping stance, killing each and every pirate of the Whitebeard pirates. Obviously, it is another head that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the three great pirates of the same terrifying nature. I fight you. Diamond George suddenly used a lightning strike, directly smashing the enemy in front of him. In just a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Blood mist rolled, following George's body, blocking the path of the red-scaled Sauri. I will tear you apart. Feed you flesh and blood and bones. This one-headed human-faced Sauri body strange thing, mouth speaking human language. Following the crazy rhythm of the group rolling towards Diamond George. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, deep in the East Island Snow Mountain, two sword lights suddenly slashed out. This terrifying sword light, once it appeared, the air was directly cut into a vacuum. A white vortex of air then destroyed the sword light, screaming sounds, deafening, extremely terrifying. Cut. Joaquim Vista saw that the situation was not good, immediately jumped out. Joaquim suddenly slashed out two bright sword flowers, intercepting the two sword lights that slashed horizontally. Boom, boom, boom. Sharp vortexes of air instantly exploded. The sword energy shattered, turning into terrifying chi-chi, rapidly shooting in all directions, almost in an instant. Wherever these shattered sword lights passed, everything was pierced through. Absolutely horrible. Great swordsman. Joaquim Vista's two eyes exploded in a circle. This was definitely a terrifyingly powerful opponent. Not the slightest bit of negligence, a little carelessness, would definitely result in instant death. Indeed. After the sword light, A blue lightning suddenly shot out. When he saw the person who came next, a wave of shock and disbelief suddenly exploded in Hua Jianvista's eyes. Just slashed out a terrifying sword light. It was a giant green snake only as big as an arm. The green snake's tail coiled around a slender Xiaorui long sword. The long sword emitted a dazzling cold light, extremely sharp. Boom, boom, boom. Without any extra words, the little azure snake coiled around the sword fragment, and together with the flower sword vista, it slashed to death. It struck like lightning. The sword light slashed as fast as lightning, densely packed, and in a blink of an eye, countless blades were slashed out. Its figure was floating unsteadily, as fast as lightning. There was no way to concentrate at all. As powerful as the flower sword vista is, I'm afraid it can become its opponent. Another one who is no less than the three great disasters, a terrorist character. This is the secret force of the Beast Pirates, as a terrifying figure in the underworld. No one knows his name. Only his title, Bo_LT Lightning. This is the real Beast Pirates background. This is also why Beast Kadu is not afraid of Whitebeard at all, even before the Summit War. Wanting to start the Four Emperors War, he stopped and killed Whitebeard halfway. Beast Kadu holds the immortal body. The Beast Pirates have many terrifying experts unknown to the world. Terrifying figures in the underworld, just a title, is enough to make the dark underworld tremble. Can think of how powerful and terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Following. Three extremely powerful existences suddenly joined the battlefield. This time, a giant like a giant, a great ape, suddenly attacked the golden lion in the midst of the battle. Boom. This ape-man's hand was as big as a mountain, suddenly attacked by surprise, instantly sending Shiki, the golden lion that was unable to retreat, flying. The strongest existence below the three great disasters is the ancient giant ape-man, also a Zoan-type demonic fruit ability user. In just a blink of an eye, the originally still dominant golden lion Shiki directly fell into a disadvantage. He chopped down countless pieces of the queen snake. The golden lion Shiki's terrifying strength cannot be underestimated. He chopped down the entire enormous python until its entire body was covered in blood. Maybe? At the Great Yuan, people joined the battlefield, forming a 2-on-1 battle afterwards. Golden lion Shiki even fell into danger. The shadow of death covered golden lion Shiki's head. Damn. Hateful. Golden lion Shiki roared wildly. He unleashed unprecedented terrifying power, absolute sword technique, and terrifying floating fruit ability, exploding to the extreme. Exactly. Alone. Wanting to get something from two harmful beings at the same level is simply absolutely impossible. Even because the golden lion Shiki was old and not around. The battle progressed to the later stages, directly falling into danger of death. The queen, whose whole body was covered in blood, became even more frantic and exploded, vowing to kill the golden lion Shiki here. A single snake, all because of the ancient Zoan type's terrifying abilities, terrifying fighting power, and infinite endurance. Shiki the lion. In danger. Across, the sky was filled with blood mist. Taking the form of a vampire bat, he continuously used his strength to restore Patrick. Redfield, finally gaining a great advantage. Behind him, the blood sea was boundless, showing the truly terrifying power of the Count's blood. Fighting with the three great disasters and king, almost immortal body. Almost had the blood in Patrick. Redfield dry. So we can see how terrifying the vampire's form of power is. Exactly. Just as everyone was scared out of their wits, a huge human-faced Enigmo, which looked like a mountain, suddenly descended from the sky with a giant spider-like beam, joining the battlefield. This is a terrifying Zoan spider real ability user. Every white spider silk he spits out is tough and unbreakable. Even with the sharpest sword, it is difficult to cut it. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Boom. A huge moving web covered Patrick Redfield's head, falling from the sky, a huge white spider web. Spider silk is tough and cannot be broken. In this flash, Patrick Redfield was in danger. Damn it. Patrick Redfield let out a sharp, piercing scream. Suddenly, a cute little animal rushed out from the body. It was a leopard. Only saw the leopard rapidly jump up high, daring to fall before the spider web. One bite the spider web, crack crack, again, bit a piece so tough that even a sharp sword could not cut the spider web. Gulp. The little leopard directly bit off the spider's silk and ate a piece. This Zhang Tianla net suddenly had a hole, Patrick. Redfield seized the opportunity, jumped up high, and brought the leopard out of the spider web. Maybe, but at this time, the three great disasters king suddenly struck down from the sky. Patrick Redfield above. The danger has not yet been completely eliminated, and another wave of danger has come. Almost in an instant, Patrick Redfield found himself in a desperate situation. This moment, the entire Whitebeard pirates are in unprecedented danger. No team, Waterloo, 16th team leader, just like that, met a terrifyingly powerful opponent. Beast pirates, fully erupted. Shows, belongs to the four emperors' true power, terrifying great power. Seeing this scene, the pirates all gasped. The four emperors are truly the invincible forces of the New World. They have developed in the New World for so many years. Their background is so profound that it makes people afraid. They are completely incomparable to us pirates. The Beast's pirates. Every character that appears is also causing the world to become a terrifying great pirate. Especially those kings in the dark, the people who control the underworld, are also Beast Kadu's subordinates. This great war. The Whitebeard pirates, are they in trouble? Such a shocking incident happened among these pirates. Someone immediately hurriedly pushed the 130 phone call, spreading the news of such a situation. New World. Somewhere the wind is calm and the waves are calm. Thousands of miles of love is empty on the sea. A slow speed boat approached the pirate ship. Captain, just received news. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates are fighting fiercely. An incident has occurred. A snail-patterned shirt Ben Beckman blew out a mouthful of smoke, slowly said, the Beast pirates have always had underground forces lurking. Each one's strength is almost close to the three great evils under the banner of Beasts Kadu. Just now, they all returned and joined the battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates are in danger. Red Hair Shanks heard the news and was silent. No one knows what he is thinking. This person looks kind-hearted, always has a smile on his face, easygoing red-haired person. But his inner thoughts, but no one can ever see through. Even Ben Beckman, who is known as the world's #1 pirate general, is willing to become its subordinate. This cannot be done with just charm alone. Captain, are we going to war? Catch this kind of giant Lucky Roo chicken thigh. Take a bite of the greasy chicken thigh. Raise head. Green Hat lowers squinted eyes to look at Red Hair, ask. Red Hair Shanks suddenly laughed. Not only the Red Hair pirates, but the Blackbeard pirates also sent people to secretly observe and pay attention to the constant changes in the battlefield. The Beast pirates suddenly had several extremely powerful pirates appear, instantly changing the battlefield. This news quickly spread to the Blackbeard pirates. New World. A thunderclap struck. The island was desolate and remote. Densely towering over the giant trees in the jungle, Blackbeard's group was advancing from step to step. A group of people were fighting with poisonous ants in the jungle when they suddenly received a phone call. The Whitebeard pirates encountered the greatest crisis in history. The Beast's pirates, who were hiding in the underground world, all returned and are currently fighting the final battle with the Whitebeard pirates. This news made the Blackbeard pirates, a group of poisonous insects complaining about the giant thinking pirates, all become happy. Oh ha ha ha. I knew there was no need to run away. Whitebeard is really arrogant and domineering. Sooner or later, he will be able to fight head-to-head. Kadu is not Charlotte Lin Lin, Immortal Body, and the terrifying underworld. These are all Kadu's absolute advantage. Damn Whitebeard. We can finally escape from this deadly poisonous giant ape. All of this is all because of Whitebeard. A group of Blackbeard pirates, the Great Pirate, were stung by ants and were filled with resentment. Whitebeard. Father, it won't be so easy to fall. Ha 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 ha. Let's keep going. Before reaching this jungle, we can reach that place. Blackbeard Teach is destroying everyone's ideas. He has followed Whitebeard for 20 years, naturally knowing Whitebeard. If he leaves the Summit War aside, once Whitebeard makes a move, he probably won't lose his hand. Moreover, Whitebeard returned with great power. How could he underestimate such a formidable opponent? Captain, we shouldn't set sail for the East Island now. We can still keep that hunter behind. Run now, we can probably get the greatest benefit. The Whitebeard pirates, along with Whitebeard, are probably finished. A group of Blackbeard pirates all expressed their attitude in a fluster. Blackbeard was disdainful. He was extremely confident in his own judgment. He grinned. Blackbeard revealed 2 rows of gaping teeth. Not even a second later. How can you just randomly come to a conclusion? The most intense war in history between the 4 emperors is taking place on a huge island, Dong Island. Whitebeard saw the entire battlefield situation behind him. Whitebeard pirates form. Extraordinary 0.4 not optimistic, can even use the word danger. Regardless of whether it is the powerful legendary pirates, the pirate crew, or the 16 pirate crew captains, all are in danger. There is only one solution now, to completely eliminate the danger to the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard understood. There was no need to be optimistic about the current situation for the Whitebeard pirates. They must personally attack and break through. To capture the enemy, you must first capture the king. Kill the enemy first, kill the general. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly lit up. First kill Kadu, then all the danger will be resolved. At present, the only way to quickly let the Whitebeard pirates escape from danger is to kill Kadu. As long as Captain Kadu dies, the entire pirate crew's morale will definitely fall. Even the pirates will be worried and scared, and start to run away. But looking back at the Whitebeard pirates, their morale is definitely high. If this situation continues, they can definitely reverse the current dangerous situation. If Whitebeard hadn't been seriously injured in the summit battle with the powerful Whitebeard pirates, they would have definitely been able to kill the Beast's pirates. After the summit war, even if Whitebeard was reborn and returned to rebuild the Whitebeard pirates, there would be many strong people joining. Still, during the decisive battle with the Beast's pirates, he fell into 73 danger. After all, the Beast Pirates have been kings in the New World for so many years, and their power has never been interrupted. Their internal strength is strong. And they are definitely not as simple as they appear. If Whitebeard hadn't killed Doflamingo and broken the artificial devil fruit factory, the possibility of the Beast Pirates growing even more terrifyingly powerful in the future would have been terrifying. Even so, the 100 Beast Pirates today burned, killed, and pillaged, massacring towns and plundering countless devil fruits, allowing powerful pirates under their banners to eat devil fruits, thus creating even more powerful pirates. This is the Beast Pirates' real trump card against the Whitebeard pirates. Just a little more. How difficult is it to kill Kadu? For so many years, no matter how Kadu sought his own death, he had never died. Even if you squat and impel down, you can break the shackles. Even if you execute a death sentence, even the decapitation saber can break it. Even if you jump from a height of 10,000 meters, you can still be safe and sound. This is where Kadu's Whitebeard's confidence comes from. He knew clearly that he could not die. Cannot be killed. Even if injured, at most injured. Maybe Whitebeard is not the same. Whitebeard died once in the Summit War. Thinking like this, Kadu's mind became extremely clear and simple. He was confident that he would never die, and Whitebeard could kill him. Kadu wanted to risk his life to seriously injure and kill Whitebeard. Immortal Kadu is not saying no. But how strong is Whitebeard right now? Ultimate state. God demon body. Infinite power. Invincible physical body. Kadu kid, today, I will definitely cut you down with my sword. Whitebeard did not hold back anymore, waved his hand. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground, and flames shot up. Follow. A blood-red flame blade, like a divine dragon, rushed out, quickly circled in the air, and returned to Whitebeard's hands. Eat burning fruit real sword, hold life attribute, fire devil. Far more powerful than that beast-eating demon weapon. With the sword in his hand, Whitebeard was like a tiger with wings. Boom! The overbearing and tyrannical sword suddenly slashed towards Kadu. The elemental transformation blade actively rushed out from Whitebeard's hand. The slashing and halberd tore the sky apart. The lotus cloud layer was all slashed apart. As if the entire sky was being slashed apart, countless dark clouds rolled out. The firelight streaked towards the sky. The momentum was surging. The scene was magnificent. This slash was like a divine fire falling from the sky, a pillar of immense fire with muscular shoulders and muscles, tilted down from the sky, engulfing Kadu and pouring down. This was an extremely terrifying divine fire. Even the air was burned to the point of distortion. The temperature was terrifyingly high. The temperature all around instantly increased countless times, becoming unbearably hot. How powerful is Kadu? I wonder how terrifying the power of this divine fire that fell from the sky is. It's just that Kadu not only didn't have the choice to dodge, nor did he have the choice to resist, but instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight towards Whitebeard. Such a huge body that was even more terrifying than the giant race charged towards Whitebeard in a flash. Each step he took caused the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble, causing a terrifying earthquake-like shockwave. Kadu, this choice can really be said to be the perfect choice. If he dodged, Whitebeard's observation hockey would have already focused on him. There's no way he could dodge. If he resists, the slashes and divine fire that fall from the sky will have boundless and terrifying power. Even if Kadu is immortal, he will still have to shed a layer of skin and will still fall into the next panicked response, as if he was beaten in vain. Maybe Kadu chooses to surprise attack Whitebeard. So, if Whitebeard doesn't let go of the slash that consumes who knows how much power, then he must definitely bear this level of slash and divine fire together with Kadu. This is Kadu in the shortest moment, making the best choice. As expected of the four emperors. Boom, boom, boom. Kadu instantly attacked Whitebeard's side, and with a punch from behind, he directly struck out. Whitebeard's fighting spirit rose. Like a pinned dragon, he raised his two arms 0.2. Suddenly he swung, two punches straight towards Kadu. Crackle! The two people fought fiercely. Blood gushed out like a storm. The air shattered into pieces. At the moment of the two people's confrontation, the sky was filled with terrifying boiling flames. The huge muscles and boundless divine fire covered the two people's heads, and a loud rumbling sound poured down. The temperature was so high that even the air was filled with boiling divine fire, instantly engulfing the two people in it.